Let's see if this works. Check 1 2, mic check.
Step up, traders, time to roll. Numbers shaking down the scroll. Clock is ticking, you already know. Welcome into the stock market show. Oh, yeah.
Banking is here that says skew.
Fuck yeah. Check 1 2, mic check.
Captain Jim James.
Skew of banking with QT sales remains in play for this year's.
What's going on, baby? Let's see if this works today.
Charts are jumping, green and red gold. He's steering this ship on a stock.
I think I might have fixed the. Well, I had a big major download yesterday, and the stream kept crashing. But I think I might have fixed it. So we'll see what's up. I also spent some time this morning on the lighting. My lighting was a disaster. I don't know what it did to my camera. My camera reset or something. We'll see what that looks like today too. It doesn't sound good either. Check 1 2.
This ready, got your game face on when the spreads get heavy.
Check 1 2.
From the open road till the last trade goes, he's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey,
You've been shopping all day.
stock market show.
Well, it's like yesterday. I was so frustrated because I've been through these forced updates.
Ride that wave on the stock market show.
And here, let's wait until the show turns on here for a minute. Well, let's swing right into it. Hold on here. I don't think I need to do anything. I think I've got everything like where I need to be. You might notice my camera looks a little bit different as well. So I've had these forced updates in the past, and it becomes something of a disaster. It doesn't normally check 1 2. It doesn't normally take. Check 1 2. Just drop that a little bit. What happens is the forced update comes in. The show crashes all day long. I get frustrated. You get frustrated. So yesterday I was like, I'll try to restart it once or twice. It didn't work. And I was like, well, this will give me the time to work on my You can see now the camera's a little bit different, I think. And I worked on the lighting inside of the studio yesterday. And then this morning when I came back, it didn't turn on again. So I had to restart all my shit, restart the internet. It's really weird, too. Like, I've got, I'm being blocked by Reddit. It says I have bots on my network. I reset my server, all that kind of crap, and reset my IP address, all that stuff. It didn't matter. But it's up right now. So we're going to chat about yesterday and get into this yesterday. When I turned this show off yesterday, I posted that we were in a small spot up vol up at about 1:30 in the afternoon, 12:30, 1:30 in the afternoon yesterday, and it failed. So I went on Twitter yesterday and said, this doesn't look good. And the implication is, let me just show you this really quick. Let me go up here and show you this. So yesterday we looked at, hold on here.
EU plans to sell up to 80 billion euros.
I don't know what's going on here. Hold on a second here, boys and girls. My monitors. So I'll give you an example here. So when I got this reset yesterday, it also reset all of my display monitors. So you're looking at something that I see in the background right now. That I just give me a second here. It's like never ends. That's right here, I think. Okay, so this is it. So yesterday, we were talking about this yesterday. We hit this first one. You're looking at before this roll here, before this actual drop yesterday, I was looking for this high right here. And then at 1:30 in the afternoon, let me just take a look at this. Where's 1:30 yesterday? There's Monday. Right here. Right where this line is right here. I was looking for one more high before the roll. I wanted to see this This one was fine right here. This was good. I wanted to see that. And then I wanted to see one more at 130, like one more high like this. I wasn't expecting to go higher than this, or actually much lower than that. I think it was like right here or something, like somewhere in here. But I wanted this to still dump to the downside. You can actually see the tick right here. So somewhere up in here, and then the roll to the downside. And when we drew this out yesterday with Gamma, I told you that I was giving you until Wednesday on the close, I think. Yeah, there's Wednesday at 15:30. But this could take place Tuesday into the bell today. So there should be no surprise that we're coming down here today. And there was the only other thing that I want to say about this here is I would have liked to have seen this one more tick higher. And the only reason for it is because it's the look above. You're getting the look above here. You can see the first tick right here. And see this missing one right here? I wanted to see like one more tick up here. We didn't see that yesterday at 1:30. So I went on Twitter yesterday and I was like, we're not moving. So I don't like the setup for the one more push higher. I think we did push higher for a minute late yesterday afternoon, but by late afternoon I was like, we're not going to ramp up here to sell into Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever. So none of this should be unexpected. We went over this yesterday before the show shit the bed yesterday, that we were going to roll to the downside. Now, I do have some concerns this morning, and my concerns stem from this look above. We made the one look above yesterday, but I wanted to see this last one. See it right here? There should have been like one more. And then maybe we're selling the bell yesterday into this Tuesday or Wednesday close, one or the other. There's like a window for this stuff. It's not really an exact science. You put in the high on Sunday or Monday. It could be Sunday futures, could be Monday. Sometimes they'll even pin it up there until Wednesday, and then we don't dump until Thursday. So it's like a window more than anything. But even so, the concern that I have is that we didn't do that last look up here. And I'm always looking for like the look above and the look below to see if we're going to have continuation to downside or continuation to upside, or even just coming back for it. So if let's say we're looking above here and then we're looking above right here, I would expect this dump to hold and then we're out of here. So you get the look above telling you we got strength. You come back down, sweep the lows and a bunch of stuff over here. And then we're out of here. It's fairly easy. Now, we didn't do the second one yesterday, and we didn't do the peak above at 130 or so for an unclench for more liquidity to sell this stuff down here. So I have a little bit of concern with this price action up in here yesterday for this down here. Now, let's take a peek here. Let me see if I can bring you somewhere else here. Give me I think all my displays are fucked up today, so hold on here, guys. And, wait a minute, I don't have any transitions either. There's a transition. Give me another transition. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get... Wait a minute. All right, sorry. I just got to check between these things. Apologize for these transitions right now. So we didn't do this look above. Let's go back up here and just look at this really quick. So we dumped in here yesterday. This was the dump into 1130, and then I was looking for one more spike up here. This is the first spike. I wanted to see, like, where's 1230? It's right here. So somewhere in here, I wanted to see one more high put in up here. And this is a very bearish, of course, but I wanted to see just that one last push up here. And the reason for it was because of these highs back here. Let me see if I can show you those over here. Bring these over here. You can see this first high right here. See this one right here? This one we got this one just fine. That's a good look right there. And I wanted to see just one more tick up into this zone right here. Like 750 would have been nice. We hit 749, I think 60 or something, but we didn't hit like 750, maybe 70, 52, 50. So you can see this right here. I would have liked to have seen this like last one come up here and hit the 52 or the 52.50, even if we were going to dump for the weekly sweep. And not seeing this yesterday afternoon extremely bearish, at least in the short term. But I always like seeing that look up there, and especially that price, that 752, 752.50 or whatever, shows that strength that the buyer is going to come back in, whatever the weekly low is going to be, to send us up into some more highs back over here. So that leaves me with some concern. Number two, let's go look back at this one right here. I'll look at this just like right here. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. Let me go back here. Bring this a little bit closer if I can. Can I bring this? Maybe I should just mute some of this stuff here. Hide all positions and orders. Hide indicators. Hide all. Okay, this is better to look at this stuff. At least for me, it is. And the reason I'm bringing this up for you guys, because you see this. This is the Head and Shoulders here, right? Damn it! Hold on here. Oh, we can just draw it in. There's this stuff right here. You can theoretically go down to like 726. Can't see it here, but this is where all this like shit poop mountain starts here. And then you've got the inverse head and shoulders. You get the shoulder here, the head here, and then theoretically you're kind of coming up here. But you could say it's here too, right where we are. So we could park and stop here and just kind of grind and the unclench, but I'm afraid of this like little extra down here. And to be honest with you, you could actually trade all this 720. I don't want to see that get traded at all. I don't want to see that at all. I want to see that strength. And definitely not on a weekly basis. And this is looking pretty bearish right here, and I do not like that no second look higher here. So maybe I can draw this in like this. I would have liked to have seen the 752.5. Right there, just take out that one right there. Bing. Show that strength, come back down into here. I think we had this going exactly to 735 or something. And then some kind of like unclench into July 29th or 30th or whatever. To the upside. Now, this is concerning not getting that, for me at least. I have a hard time getting over that no 752. It implies this is more bearish than it's showing. So what we want to do is, let me see if I can bring this back up to give you a little bit of an idea here. We're still clean in here. Like, see this mark back over here on the left? And you can see that's the inverse head and shoulders. Here's the head. They can theoretically go as deep as 726. That's about as far as I'm willing to go with it. If we're going to go down there. I do have some puts in on right now too, by the way, for this move lower into 7. I've got 726 on a weekly. And this is actually, you can actually see this weekly low right here. Almost to a pinstrike down here. So I'd really like to see this like get pounded. And you can see it says danger right here. I posted that in the Discord for you this morning. That whatever this rip was would likely be sold. So I want to see this like get buried today if possible. Although we could dick around all day long and then print it on Wednesday still. It still could be a Wednesday thing where we're just like grinding, get down here, and then this is like Wednesday. What else do I have on this topic here? Other than that, I'm in puts. I'm not making a ton of money. I traded yesterday on and off. I made more money in the call side than the put side yesterday. I don't know how. And then this morning, I'm making okay money, but it's nothing wowzer either. I actually made my most money this morning off the bell and the squeeze higher. And then I started getting in and out of puts on the way down, and I was actually losing money on puts. There were probably people getting out of puts. Well, I was getting into puts on this red candle right here, this one right here. So I don't know exactly if this is going to print or not. Let me just show you this here on a 1 minute basis. And there's another fucky thing in here too. I'll show you this here. There's another fucky thing in here We can squeeze again. Matter of fact, I'm going to close them out. Hold on here. Because I'm afraid of a rip higher here for a minute. This is what I want to talk to you about here. So I took this whole ride down right here. This whole fucking ride didn't pay that well. I'm hoping that this one will print better. Somewhere in here, but I want to see what these flows are if we're going to squeeze higher to this peak right here. Do you see this peak right here? It's maybe somewhere in here, but this could drag on all day long. And there's your 26 down here.
MOU does not mention
what would suck would be if we stopped in here.
Iran does not want to discuss it.
Like this takes all day long to get down here, and then they bust us up. And then we're like grinding into Wednesday to actually hit this thing. Let's call that Wednesday right there. And then we're finally out of here. So it could be a pain in the ass trying to get paid in here. The only warning I have for you is if you're try to buy like 0-date puts right now, I'm doing okay, but I'm not doing like amazing. Like up fucking 10%, 15. I hit a couple downstrokes where like my my payout was great, but it was quick. It was like per bunch of fucking thousands and then slam back up with just hundreds. So be very careful in puts in here is my point that I'm trying to make to you. And then if you're trying to sell this, make sure you're selling it from a high. And if you are going to sell this next round up in here, let me just show this in a better way here. Be careful in here of like this kind of bullshit in here. Like 12 o'clock flows crank us up again. And then we get the, some kind of nonsense like this. There is one more high in here. We could potentially start selling that. If we can get this motion going early, I'm down to get back in on some puts. My bigger problem here is, like, do we fucking do this bullshit dance grind and then at like fucking 2:30 in the afternoon, 4, we finally dump, like, over here, I hope it doesn't go like that, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's gonna. We'll talk more this morning about what the narrative is out there too. I'm not buying any of this narrative. Yesterday I didn't buy the narrative with the yen intervention. I said there was a yen intervention, then they blamed Kospi, the Korean index for this downstroke. We were positioned for this. Listen closely here. This is like the reality. We were positioned for this yesterday and Monday. You can go back and watch yesterday's stream. And I drew this out for you yesterday. This is the gamma path for the week. And it's not exact, right? It happened early instead of later. I gave you until Wednesday for it to happen, but the market was already poised for this. So it wasn't like anything like Korea did this or Japanese intervention. Our market was positioned for this move this week. And further from that, we're also going into month end. We just had OPEX. We have a tendency to come back to our OPEX target, what we hit on OPEX, then we come back and swing back into it again. Yeah. So if we're below it, we could swing back up to 750 on OPEX, or excuse me, month end, and then dump again on those new negative flows. Just be aware here that you have quarterly, or you have 3 months, I should say, in Q1, right? So you have the first start of the year, trades go on for the year, and then you've got trades going on for the quarter, and then you have trades going on, right? It's Q1. You have trades going on for the year, you have trades going on for the quarter, and then you have trades going on for like the half year. I kid you not. And then the second quarter, we have, which is what we're ending right now. We have a second round of trades for Q2. And then when we come into quarterly OPEX, the market is very wound up. Like it's very extremely wound up into OPEX, which we just passed through, or quarterly OPEX. And then we're kind of still wound into this, into the month end. It's not completely like we're off of it all. There was some other talk about taking profit going on. It's a very small percentage. It's like 1.2% of the market. So my point to you here is that we have trades on for a long period of time, right, coming into their expiry, and you'll see the market will become more mechanical. Even though it's being blamed, all of this is being blamed on, Korea, and I saw something about SpaceX past couple days. I've been buying SpaceX, by the way, but they're like, everybody's upside down. I'm like, nobody's upside down. Everybody owns this fucking thing at $130 or lower. Zero people should be upside down in that thing. And if anything, you should be buying it, in my view at least, and then have stops underneath the 130 or whatever. But be very careful of the narrative that's out there right now. The narrative is like kind of crazy, and I would say you could make that narrative post the 30th of June or something like that, but I don't think before that you can. There is also some other stuff here. We can get into it later today, which is the JPM collar. There's a magnet dragging us lower as we get into the end of the quarter, and I'll show you that when we get into it as well. So look at this more as mechanical. Be very careful of, put the blinders on when it comes to the narrative that's being given. I watched yesterday, or I was listening to, when the stream ended, I kept listening to Financial Juice, and they were like, oh, there's no reason for this. There's no news for this. Then they tried to come up with news for it. Then yesterday they tried to come up with news for it. Then I went to BBG and a couple other places, and the narrative was, it was like grasping for straws. So be very careful of the narrative that's being presented to you in public right now on this. We were positioned for this coming into Monday open. I showed it to you yesterday before a move was even made yesterday. And I think we had that same positioning into Friday or something like that on Gamma, but the map doesn't show anything different today. We'll look at that as well. So we'll just check the Gamma again this morning. We'll talk slightly about the magnets or how the collar and its surrounding hedging can be a magnet or a repellent when we come into the end of a quarter. And right now it's acting as kind of a magnet to the market. It's like sucking everything in. And the reason being is that all those collars died. They got murdered. So they're worthless. And basically in the magnets and repellent kind of a thing is all those trades are dead. So they can print those trades into the end of the quarter, which is the 30th, and not the dealers can print them without, let's say just bear with me. Let's say I bought a hedge for $1, and they murder it down to 10 cents or 1 cent or whatever. They can come back and bring it back to 10 cents or 20 cents or whatever as it's dying. Same thing happens with calls and stuff like that. Once the call buying is done, we murder everyone's position. Then we come back, swing back up and nail that number, whether it's at the end or just post. All that shit is expired. One of those two outcomes. So we'll look at all of this stuff today together. The one thing I would say to you would be be patient in here. And I am long from down here, from way back over there to my left. This is where I got long for July. So I'm paying attention to it too. I'm fearful, of course. As we move forward, I don't want to have to add to my positions, any of that kind of stuff for July. Because I've got July calls on still. I had June 12th. I got rid of those, made a bunch of money, and I've still got July or end of July calls on. And they're not looking pretty right now. So we'll have to take a peek at this. We'll have to see if this turns into something greater than it already is. And I want to give you one last thing here, which let me write this stuff down, make sure I don't forget it. So we're going to look at if Gamma has changed today, which I don't think it has. I looked at it early this morning. It didn't. We're going to look at the collar, and we'll look at does this grow larger, which I don't think it will. And I'm fascinated as well right now. As well with the telling all retailers not to buy. That's the thing that's freaking me the fuck out the most, is because they're telling you actively today, or the only people left are retail. They're long from the top, which I don't think that they are. I think they're long from down here. And I also think, unless maybe it's just us and the rest of retail is from the top or something. I'm going to give you a prime example of this really quick. Let me see if I can bring this up top right hand side. So this is SpaceX right here. And I just want to show you guys something here. So I bought this and I bought this, and I want to buy this, but I haven't bought it yet. I want to see us come back down and hit one more over here. This is SpaceX, by the way. The thing that's fascinating me about this whole thing is I hate using SpaceX for this, but this is the example. This is a good example. I read stories all week long that retail was being trapped up here. I don't know how that's true. I was told before we got here, I was told here that this was going to collapse. I longed it with you. If you remember, I longed this with you. But I was told that was going to collapse on the IPO. It didn't. So we're buying this from here, right? We're taking the money and running. Remember that? Yeah, hopefully. And then I think I bought this one maybe for one more pump or something on a weekend. I did this like on a Sunday or something. I don't remember. But I took the money and ran on that one too. And I think I drew this out right when we were rolling. I posted this for you guys. But the reason I'm saying this too is because retailers aren't in up here. They were offered down here to get in. So there should be retailers should be fine. Retailers pre-IPO. And then during the IPO, we were told it was going to crash. It didn't. Retailers bought this, made a bunch of money. And this is big money. I made monster money on that fucking run right there. And now I've got winnings, right? So think about it like this. That stock was $130, right? And it was 150 right off the gate. And everyone knew it was going to 200 after the fact. Like before we IPO'd, it was like everyone was saying it's going to crash. Then, of course, we said, no, you're going to lung the open, take it to 185, 200 or whatever, and start exiting that trade. And I think that then the narrative shifted to retailers bought $200 at 185, and I'm like, no, they didn't. We didn't buy shit. No one I knew bought that. So this brings up the whole next point. Like the narrative of retail's caught and they're in trouble and all this kind of nonsense. This is the next point here, which is this is like classic diagram here. Like this is a classic fucking this is like a classic fucking cup right here. Right? And if we're making Poop Mountain and we come back down here, you want to be a buyer of this. Not just SpaceX, but like any fucking stock like this. As a rule, you want to be buying this. You want to be down here like buying this shit here, buying this shit here. Right? That's that one right there. You want to be buying this here, right? With stops underneath. Does not matter if we cup and handle it. Does not matter if we go down here. Let's we hit this one here. Doesn't matter if we come back up here. We hit this one, you're still a buyer. And unless you make like a new low, unless you're making like a low and then a new low to go lower, that's how you put risk on. So that's my point is like you must, if you're either in the stock market or you're out of the stock market. You're one or the other. You're either in it or you're out of it. You're either putting risk on or you're not in the stock market. So if you're putting risk on in the stock market, that is where you buy. That's it. It's that fucking simple. It's literally that simple. The only people getting caught, like the news is telling you, which is if the move's already been made, right? You know what I'm saying? So you're it's the exact same concept of we're not selling the fucking IPO, we're buying it. We already know there's forced buyers in here. They tried to talk you out of that, right? Now they're telling you bought up here, which is horseshit. And now they're trying to tell you again right now, like retail's the last buyers of the stock market. Retail, it's like only, Korean stock market is all leveraged to the tits with retailers, and that's why it's down 10% and all that other nonsense. And it's like, no. Fuck no. I would take this trade right here every single fucking time. Every single time. And the reason being is because you know how to manage your risk in here. You know where to put your stops. If it goes against you, you know how to cut your position or start shorting or selling calls or whatever you want to do with SpaceX or any other stock. That's where you buy. And that's also where you know how to manage a trade. If it goes against you, you know how to cut your losses. You know how to manage it to make more money. On the other side of it, it starts to go down. You can even stay in your positions to start selling calls, start shorting it, and even remain in your position in that trade. There's a bunch of different options for you. Not options like stock market options, but like options for you. If you're going to go against that fucking narrative, you'd be buying that. We ain't buying that. We can chase it, but we ain't buying it. We can trade it with like some fucking not zero dates. That shit's got normal options, but so just be extremely careful here with the narrative. Is the point that I'm trying to make to you out there. And you know what happens is, see how they're buying this right now? You know, they send this fucker back. Maybe they send it back down here, and then all of a sudden it's up here, and you're reading the news, and the news is like, what? SpaceX, bro, going to 200. Woo! And so you're jumping on board over here, right? Which you shouldn't be doing, right? You make the new high. Yeah, we can then think about the dip to buy to go higher and stuff. So be extremely careful is my point in the extremely careful right now in the narrative, and especially in time of year. Like this is the time of year where nobody's here. Like no, everybody's off. Everybody's on vacation. Everybody's gone. And then you get a few fuckers out there that are like, hey, we're going to dump this and we're going to run a narrative. We're going to try to burn this thing to the ground. If you even notice when they're dropping this right now, they're dropping it in after hours. They're not overnight in light markets. They're not doing it in cash market. They're not doing it like for some kind of material thing. They're not doing it because of the rampant inflation. There's no weekend like fucking Warsh coming out on a Saturday and doing a Saturday Night Massacre. So just be right now at this time of year, remember that nobody's here. So the narrative that they're like seeking out narratives, they don't have one, and they create a narrative, and you even have second and third tier guys from like Goldman and shit trying to spin narratives out there. Don't be doing that. This is the place where you buy. And the same thing applies here on this SpaceX. Drew this for you, I think, a week or two ago or something like that. And you defend this. You always defend this, and you leave if it goes up to the narrative, the bull narrative, right? You get the bear narrative in public. It's like, oh my God, worst thing ever. Everything is worst. And then when we're on the bull side of this, let's say this thing goes up. Let's say it trades 300. You're going to get the bull narrative on public as well. And they're going to be like, oh my God, it's the most, so you're sucking each other off over here. You should get calls right now and get long. And I don't believe in that narrative either. It's the same as the bear narrative. I don't believe in either of them. And especially this time of year when nobody is here. And you can see this being defended already this morning. And I don't see why we can't come back down, like bust this thing up, and then come back down into, remember this here, the 30th? And why do I have this at the 26th is because there will be some likely selling from SpaceX specifically tied into rules for selling for buyers and IPO. It's probably a group of sellers that are allowed to sell their positions as we come into the end of the month. The 29th, 30th in here. I ain't buying this narrative about like they took on a bunch of SpaceX took on a bunch of debt. I want to say that Elon did the right thing getting that debt in a downstroke. He did it at the right time, right? We're on a fucking high, right? Issue some debt. We're already going down. We already know we're going down. Then you have some more selling from IPO end of month, so you get your last little bit in here. And then the IPO guys know exactly what's up, and then we're hopefully beginning of the month start heading higher in here and start going back to the upside on SpaceX. But this is a good little cosm in here for the narrative you're listening to versus where you should be a fucking buyer, which is down here. You know what I'm saying? So like excitement, or like we're gonna crash. Nope. To the moon. No, we're taking the money and running. So that's the fucking counter argument, the counter narrative And for the third fucking time, it's another fucking counter narrative. So, I mean, this is like 3 for fucking 3 right here. And especially, it's like a layup this time of year where they can't come up with a narrative that you're going to believe that easily. So just keep that in mind as we move forward here. One other thing here would be, here's that quick up move right here. Remember I said to this earlier, right? Watch out for the flows coming up in a 1230. We want to watch this high right here, which we're higher than it, so we'll likely trade this one next. You just want to be aware of it. This is the high you're looking for if we're going to sell this thing down. Thank God I closed my fucking puts. Fucking Christ. Let's watch this closely here. The first thing we're going to look at here is gamma. So I'll get through a list of all this stuff for you guys, but let me start with gamma here. See if anything has materially changed. I'm going to tell you right now it hasn't. For 2 reasons. One, I checked this morning, but what's the second reason? I already told you. It's because we were already set up for this on Monday, right? And I told you that we're at the end of the quarter. We have a few more days left into the 30th. So the market is wound until we get into the 30th. So I don't think we're going to get much change here, but let me just show it to you. There is one little thing from Monday that I want to show you too here. Let's hang tighter, guys. Okay, so this one right here, we're going to go 0 date. Let me just freeze a new data point here, just make sure.
US Secretary of State Rubio says we're going to deal
I'm
directly.
going to turn this asshole off because he's fucking out of his mind, too. Hold on a second here. So here's the 0 date, right? This is an important one to be looking at here. This is 740. It's a magnet. Okay. And then I want to show you SPX. Where do you think we are right now? Anyone want to take a guess where we are on SPX? We're right at 740, right? And we're like pinning it right now, right? See it? We're like coming up into 740. We have a magnet here today. And not only that, these are not 0 dates. They started a life a long time ago, right? They're going to die. You see that? So these are probably on for a long time, right? And they're going to die into the end of the month here. There is one more bar below. That's 73.90. Now, I do have some concern moving forward. I do want to show you that. And this was, I believe this was showing yesterday, but I'm not sure. I think it was. Not this 7,400, but you see 7,400 here and then 7,450. Max pain for tomorrow is 75.10 or something like that. So slightly higher for tomorrow. So they pin us in for today. And then if they can get us down to, like, if they can get us down to like 726, I'd be grateful. I don't know if they can, but if they can, if we could just take some stops, that should be the deepest we go. And then the other thing I want to show you here is this max pain being at 75 for tomorrow. Now, the other thing I want to show you here is this is Thursday. This is the one that concerns me here for Thursday. This is 73.20. We already hit that today, right? Hit that this morning. We could return to that. So if you're looking at SPX, you can see some kind of a ramp or ram up here on tomorrow, and then one more pin here on Thursday. It's like pinned back in here again. So revisiting the scene of the crime here by Thursday, I would say. So we're now already getting roped in. Notice how the dates are getting closer. We're like roping, tied in, pinned in. And then on 3 dates here, we still have that pin at 7,325, right where the low was today on Friday. Another pin to the downside, pin. And that's 3 dates for the rest of the week. And then let's look at this OPEX really quick. And the only other issue I have here would be the 7,300 right here. So we're kind of like into Monday, let's say, right? We're like pinning down here. As long as this stuff holds into new month, we should be good. Should be good. We have to stay above 7,300, basically heading into the first of the month. The first of the month. So if we're stuck in there, we should be good. And then we're back into the OPEX for this upcoming month for July should be a target of 7,700. And I think yesterday I said something to you like, no matter where we go this week, I think I said to you yesterday morning, I said, I don't care if it's a small pullback, it's up. I don't care if it's a big pullback, it's up. This is where we are. This is July. It does not matter where we go. It's all up into 7,700 for the middle of July. So I'm not really in concern here at all. Go back here. Just take a peek here for these new flows. It's 12 o'clock now, so I want to see if we can get some more sell flows and put more puts on into this close today. Remember, they only don't have a lot of time for this. They got like today. If they don't get this done by the close today, ram it to 7,500, and they'll have another chance to come back down into it, let's say Thursday. And that should be some kind of like pinning action into month end and new flows and that kind of stuff. Now, there's one last thing here, which would be, let me see if I can bring this up really quick. There's a little bit of concern I have here. And you see all this stuff down here underneath this 7,300. Sometimes we can dive into the close of the last day of the month. I don't know if we do that this quarter. I don't think anybody does, but if we do, we could try to take some of these out down here. And that's 7,250. That where I have it right here, 7,250. This thing will go away, could blast down even deeper. So we want to watch that 7,325, 7,300-ish, somewhere in this vicinity on Friday. We want to be careful about diving into the bell on Friday until we get into the new quarter. Go back up over here. Watch this closely here. See if the sellers come back in. There's still danger here. I think this is a daily over here. Yeah, that's a daily. Let's put that one up there too. This is the one for the bears to keep us down. See if we can get sellers back in over here. And I would really like to see, like, minimum of, like, what do we get for a low here? Yeah, I'd like to pick up these buyers. I'd like to at least see this one right here. I can see like this 729. Like this is 730, but like right in here. And I drew this one in too. I want to show you this. I caught this from this one right here. This red line right here. The gap fills right here. Buyers are somewhere in here, somewhere down in here. Some buyers up in here as well. So if we can get down in here just a little bit deeper, I'd be happy. I'd actually welcome it. Let me just go over here really quick, bring this back. So we can get, and there's only a small window for this shit. It's like, we have a chance in here, and we might have one more chance on Thursday. So it's up here for Wednesday, and then back down for Thursday. Let's watch this closely here. Anyways, back to the SpaceX thing. I was talking about this, and I got off on a tangent. You figure anyone below IPO, right? They're in under 130 bucks. Any retailer, right, made bank. Anyone that got long and didn't short the SpaceX IPO made bank. So you got to remember people's like I'm reading these stories about SpaceX in particular, like retailers are fucked. I'm like, all these fucking retailers that went long made bunches of money. Like they took the profit and now they're going back in to buy again. And their cost basis is fucking low as fuck. My cost basis is stupid low. So it's probably better than IPO at this point with winnings. So be careful of the narratives you're listening to. That narrative, that simplified narrative of like SpaceX retail is upside down. That's like the same narrative that S&P has gone nowhere in 20 years. On net, it's lost a bunch of money. If you come in just twice a year and buy SPY, literally twice a year, in every bull market, you come in and buy it twice a year. You don't even need indicators. You sell options against it. You catch the dividend, and you're just buying big fat dips and then taking profits on major highs seasonally. Most SPY holders have a seriously low DCA. So just be careful of the narrative right now. I guess just wrapping up that last little point right there. That simplified notion that everybody is, I'm in for like $75 or something. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. With rolling with money and stuff like that. So when they say like retail is upside down in SpaceX, not true. Don't buy that narrative. It's a sketchy narrative at best, and you don't even. I haven't traded any options, so I don't know what people are doing making money on options, but the option pool is rich to sell too. So, and I haven't done any of that. I haven't had any time to manage that shit. So, anyways, just be careful with the narratives out there. Let's watch this here. See if we can catch a trade up to 739-ish, somewhere in here. So we can catch this roll. See if the sellers come in to sell this down. All right, I'll turn him back on again. Yeah, I don't think it's the Iran thing either. Like the narrative about they started with Iran yesterday, then they started with then they moved from Iran to it's the JPY or USD JPY carry trade. Then they moved it to it's Korea, and they were just looking for a reason. And I'm like, we were already positioned for this. Like we didn't need a reason. You can make any fucking reason you want. You can come up with any kind of horse shit, bullshit narrative you want. We were already positioned for it. So just be extremely careful right now. You can kind of see the sloppiness in the scurrying for an answer or a reason. It shows you, number one, they didn't know where we're going down. It shows you, number two, that they needed something to grasp onto, and your A team isn't there to write it for them, to tell you a narrative for you to believe, because even the narrative was kind of garbage and janky. I don't know what else to say about it than that. I kind of find it comical to an extent, but and like beyond all that, you still have the weekly check back too. Like we do that every fucking week. We literally put in a high on Sunday, Monday, and then we sell, and we have turnaround Tuesday for a reason. And there are literal memes and etymology of the market speak about this on selling into Tuesdays and Wednesdays and stuff like that. So none of this should be a surprise to any of you. This should be like the norm. I still don't understand though why this narrative gets so much traction though. The freakiest thing to me is probably that the retailers are like it's all retail's fault, and retail's upside down, and retail bought the top, and we're gonna crash in the summer, and you're gonna be the bag holder, all that kind of stuff. Don't believe any of that shit. You're running circles around the street. You're running circles around hedge funds. I am. I made bank yesterday. I've been making bank every day pretty much. I haven't had a bad day yet, and I'm on a streak right now. I'm on like a like an 8-week streak or something. Like literally winning every fucking trade. Almost every single one. I would say like 9 out of 10 or something, but it's pretty goddamn good. Anyway, at any rate, just be careful of the narrative. Let's see if we can sell this thing into the end of the day. See how deep we can actually get it. If we can return to this on Thursday or something, this low down here on Thursday would be nice too. Okay, next thing. So we looked at Gamma. Nothing's changed on Gamma. One more thing we should do here. Let's go and just let's look at this really quick. It could be something like this, burying this again, then back up, and then we're down here one more day. So just so you know, it's something like this. And then it's back here on like Thursday or something with a pin. Just be aware of that right there. And then we want to, the other thing I want to look at here with you guys is, let me see if I pull the collar up. Yeah, I want to show you something else here too. I read another story this morning. I read a story this morning that said Microsoft was in a bear market. That is not confirmed. Fuck, I got so much shit to go over. It's not even fucking funny. Let's go up here and talk about this too. Okay. So I heard another narrative this morning that Microsoft is in a bear market. That is not true either. I always like to see, I agree that price, hold on. I agree that price, let me go to a 4 hour here. I agree that price is below the monthly trigger. So you're not adding risk or taking on any new risk. When we go underneath the monthly trigger, we get out, right? Risk off. And then we go back risk on once we're above the monthly trigger. But once we're back into underneath here, right, on this one right here, you're risk off in here, right? Now, what I want to show you here is I was a little concerned with that narrative that it's confirmed that Microsoft is in a bear market. That's not true either. What you need to do is this resets. That's a reset right there. Right? So you're risk on again, risk off again here. Right? But what I want to show you here is this one. Even with a new low, you need the continuation. So you've got the low underneath the monthly trigger. I like that. That's good. And you need the new low, though. Like you need to get under here and then start rejecting and selling. And this is on every time frame. 1 and 5 minute trigger doesn't matter. Like you make the low, the new low, right? And then what are you selling? I always say this to you, the exhaustion, right? So you're looking for the exhaustion. So what this would look like if we were actually confirmed bear market for Microsoft, you would have the new low, right? And then what you would see is from there, you would see exhaustion right about here. Now, I would be a seller here. If you have the new low, I would be a seller here, but it's the same thing as buying SpaceX. You manage your stops. Right there are your stops. You're short for the bear market on that, right? Get the low, the new low, you're underneath the monthly trigger. And you can be short here. If you get the new low and you have the stalling of exhaustion, you then take the low. You're not short here. You're short from here. Okay? On the exhaustion. If you miss the exhaustion, let's say this exhausts here and starts making the new low, you can get short here too with stops right here. Okay? But this is not a confirmed bear market for Microsoft is my point. Because I'll show you what exactly can happen here. We can dick around in here, close this gap. All of a sudden, your new fucking month flows come in, and all of a sudden, we're rampo-ramming. We didn't put a new low in. They're rampo-rammering, right? And all of a sudden, whammo. There's your new high, right? And all of a sudden you're coming back down over here. Remember your September, October, and November? All of a sudden it's down here. All your shit comes back up, and it's Rampo-Rama to the upside. See your big W here? Yeah. So they're telling you it's in a bear market, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is not a bear market. Not yet. It's not confirmed. And you still have the narrative beginning of that right now. And this is actually where I'd want to be a buyer. Like, I'd want to be a buyer right here. Literally, like right here on Microsoft. That's a beautiful spot to be a buyer. So I would be very careful of the narrative that's coming out right now across the market. Go back over here. I'm going to bring up for you next. Just be patient here. Just wait. We're not going to sell this just yet. We got to be underneath the 1 minute trigger. I still think we got to look for these 12:30 flows to see what they are.
Q&A session with Pakistan.
Be patient here. Don't do shit. Don't buy. Don't sell. Don't do anything. And let me bring up this. JPM caller. It's weird. I had socks on that. Whoa. That's like a kaleidoscope or something. Let's show you this. And you can see here that I've got us going deeper into month end here. You see this right here? That right here? And month end is right here. And this is probably, you can see it right here, right? This is the short call 7155. You've got these here selling 680.40 calls. So this becomes a magnet. Even if we don't trade it exactly, it becomes a magnet. So they're selling these calls up here, right? They sold calls, they torched them, right? And now we can actually come back down into these calls. Or at least it doesn't mean we have to go this deep, but there's still a magnet there. You know, there's an attraction here because we're so high. That's a shitty way to draw a magnet. You've got a magnet here just dragging market down into quarter end. Doesn't mean we have to go all the way down here. It's why I had said to you earlier that I have a little bit of concern with like a plunge on the 30th, like whook, and then back up again on the 1st. Something just like that. I don't know if we can do that, but if we can, we can. We can get in there and that we can sell that close on Friday and then the unclench buy it, the closing bell. And just be aware that there is a magnet down there. And we are trying to fight our way back on SPX right now. I would just wait and see if we can get just, even if it's just a double bottom over here on that Friday and then up and away to the upside. And I think you're going to be surprised to see where the collar is going to be higher. You know that, right? I don't know if you guys know that the collar is going to be like, I think it's like somewhere up here. Top of the collar should be, probably, I would say the top of the collar is probably somewhere around that 7,800 or something like that. Oh, it's higher. Right there. That should be the top of the collar, something like that into July, 7,800. You know, the bottom of the collar here, and then another one just underneath here somewhere. 67, 6,500, somewhere in there. There'll be one more right here. And that'll be the range for your next quarter, more than likely. But that's still your 7,800. You know what I'm saying here? Like, that's your 7,800 for your Q3 trade. So go up here, smash this thing, right? Well, we'll fail it, of course, right? Briefly fail it, then come back down. Get in the end of the next quarter, we can then go up into 8,200. And I don't know if we can hit that this year or March, but 8,200 is the target. You can see it right here. We're moving right along into it. Right along in this. I actually have it at have it much farther out in time. This is September of 26. So we either have to do a blow off top into the end of the year. I think that's 78.90 or something like that. Maybe go vertical, or they're going to sell us before we even get to that 80.20. Something like that up into there. And I do think we're going to continue up into 2026. I don't think this bull market is done. Not yet. Well, we're going to get a bear raid, I think, but other than the bear raid in the springtime, we can reset the velocity to go back higher again. Let's just be aware of this as we move forward with the JPM or the JPM collar. Hold on, here's one more thing I want to show you guys. So I showed you the gamma, I showed you the collar. So I wrote something that says does grow larger, but I don't know what that means. I think it's maybe just the expiry or something that I was talking about. I think I already talked about that stuff. Let's watch this closely here. I'd like to see the tick right here. See that red mark right there? I'd like to see that. I'd like to see the tick there. I don't know if I can get it up there, but let's watch it. See if we can get like a quick squeeze and roll, like up here and then down. Coming up into it right now, you can see it on Bookmap. They're trying to sell this, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I think they're going to be wrong. They're trying to sell that already. Not wrong. They'll ultimately be right, but I think they're going to be wrong for the for where to actually execute the puts. Get rid of this and just see what these flows look like. I'd like to sell that red mark right here. A little bit higher. And if we start to roll the 1 minute, I'll jump on the trade. Look for some puts for today. Only 0 dates, no 1 dates. They're going to try to ramp this fucker tomorrow. We'll come back with some zeros for Thursday. Target downside. I say it was 729.66. The first one. 730. You do 730 Ps. Maybe 730. No, 732s are 19 cents. You could bring them in a little bit, do like 733, 734. I understand the argument of 735. I just don't like paying that much money. If we can bury this close, it'd be nice. Keep an eye on this here. Like to see that red target get hit right there if possible. Watch this now. Closer. Trying to sell fucking Microsoft. These people are out of their fucking minds. It's not even a confirmed fucking bear market yet on fucking Microsoft. At least follow some fucking rules when you write those stories. so infuriating. Fuck. Like, should I just start hammering some puts right now? How about some 732s? That'd be gnarly, wouldn't it? I don't know. I don't 733. I don't like the threes. I like fives and I like 732 for some reason. I like it because it's so cheap. Put like a couple fucking 100 racks in these fucking things and make bank if it bloods. I've got 732 set up. It's pretty risky, but I haven't bought them yet. If I open them, I'll let you know. Fuck it. Should I just add some to the start? No. Get greedy. Just start with 10 packs and we'll start adding them slowly. Until I accumulate 100 of them and fucking the roll happens. I hate being left behind in this shit. Give it just a minute because VIX 9 days rolling down. Don't open puts just yet. Here, I'll show you one other thing here in the background you guys can't see. There's still a little bit of, this is VIX 9 day. There's still a little bit of like bleeding on VIX. I would like to get the puts if this thing can come, if VIX 9 day could. I don't know that it can, but still in a 1 in 5 minute right now, but I would love to see it come down here and then get some more puts. So I'm going to be patient and just wait in case we can come down here first. Put this to a 1 minute. Just want to see it or how I do this. Just looking for these little green things here to get hit. This is VIX 9 day still. I'm a little cautious in here. I don't want to see a big squeeze and then a roll. They dump the fucking VIX for like 15 minutes. You get a big crank up here. And that's the one that you're selling. So just be patient. Don't do shit. Give all your money back to the fucking market gods and you'll be crying. And if we don't see the trade, I won't take it. I told you earlier I haven't been making a ton of money on puts today. I'm making some, but it's not banking. Like the one thing I noticed today was I had to stay in puts, like commit to them. I was like, fuck that. Like I want to be in and out on puts. Just want to get underneath this 1 minute trigger here. This is what they're trying to defend. Watch this little white thing right here. We go above 730, 731, we're going to squeeze. Expect a squeeze.
Iran's President Pezeshkian says Iran's missiles were not in the MOU and will never will be.
We haven't lost the stream yet. I'm pretty happy. Kind of happy. You know what sucks about these, or when they did these forced updates, You end up fighting it all day long. It creates so much fucking grief. It's like not even worth doing the stream at
Zashkian
this
says,
point.
we will never negotiate our defensive ability with anyone.
It's like they want you to. It's like they want you to take the day off from streaming every time they do that. So they should just tell you that. Or not push updates that they haven't tested. Get ready to get some puts. And make for a nice high tick on the day too. So your daily candle will be something like a indecision candle. VIX dumping right now. I want to see VIX 9-day hit $17.86 to consider taking a put. Or a roll of the 1 minute trigger, one or the other. A little bit of flattening going on, but not quite yet. Still no high tick. Looking for this to go higher so we can pump up here.
Alibaba sues US for removal from China military blacklist.
Here comes the squeeze. Hopefully you're not in puts. Getting annihilated right now. VIX falling right now. We're in a squeeze setup.
Okay, so from the video, it looks like Pazashian's press conference has concluded.
Puts getting cheap now.
According to New York Times, Zuckerberg directed Meta to create predictions market app. The app would be independent of Facebook and Instagram. So we have put out the article on the feed for you to read through from the New York Times.
I'm fucking frightened by these prediction market apps. I think they're intended to replace the stock market in the future. Once AI takes over, I'm not kidding. It's gonna be like Rome, where you're gambling on everything but the stock market. I'm frightened that that's the future of our stock market. It's going to become a prediction market. So be patient here. Don't do nothing. We'll be buying dips. We'll be buying bottoms and all that stuff. Sure to be long for July. Note that we are still in squeeze risk. If I see anything that says otherwise, I'll let you know. I am watching the VIX 9-day in the background.
Fed bids for 2-year notes total $10.3 billion.
Not for another 15 minutes. Looks like they're setting it up right now. I'm going to start a position here. Starting a put position now. Not huge, small, just 10 packs. We'll keep adding to them if we start to roll. Remember, if I call out a trade that I'm taking, you likely shouldn't take it. For two reasons. One, not financial advice. Second reason is there's so many people watching this show that will get counter traded. So you could give it like 5-10 minutes, then enter a position with me if you wanted. Start getting fucking bunch of motherfuckers throwing around weight together. Dealers fuck us up. Let's tell people that. I don't know. Watch that 1 minute trigger here. You know the rules. I'm starting early. Large account. They're like, fuck that, I'm taking it with him. Move's already gone by the time he's done. He's like, it's out. I already fucking know what you guys do. Hold on here. Gonna take a peek at HYG as this comes up. Your eyes on HYG. 2-year yield. You could look at that too if you wanted. We want to see the yield above 4.183. Just a note. The yield is lower, it's bad. I'm fucking barely making any money here. Barely making any money. I got a lot of exposure on now. What's going on here?
$10 ago now to begin the US 2-year note auction, with the US looking to sell 69 billion in 2-year notes with a prior bid cover of 2.64, prior high yield of 4.071%. So looking at some research then, JP Morgan interest rate strategist in the late Monday research predicted a good reception for the sale based on sharply higher yields and the auction roll trading cheap versus fair value estimates. Latest CFTC position data shows speculators were net short 1.3 million 2-year note futures, possible source of demand in the auction.
Finally getting some kick here. These fucking puts are garbage. Fucking hate puts. I don't know how the fuck you guys ever buy puts. Unless we're in like risk off, they're garbage. I'm missing the chat or something. I don't know why the chat's not working still. Sorry, guys. I've got chat broken on my end here. How I look at it.
So SpaceX files offerings of 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year, 10-year, tenor senior unsecured notes. Five minutes to go now to begin the US 2-year note auction. Prior high yield of 4.071%. Prior bid cover of 2.64.
We have got shit tomorrow. Let's see why we're going up. Then we got PCE on Thursday. That would be the doom. Thursday and PCE puts us back down to those lows again. So we have like a chance to go lower today, end of the day. Then tomorrow looks like an up day. And then Thursday, open. We've got PCE, durable goods, GDP growth, PCE. You want to be out short on that low. All those numbers are getting better. I'll read this to you today. We'll talk about this today. Like your PCE is getting better. And I'll read you the actual facts on that. Even though we got to price in the doom for it into the open on Thursday morning. We'll probably hit that target or sweep that low Thursday morning before bell, if I had to guess. We'll bounce off it. A little bit of a dip here. A little bit of weakness in the U.S. 2-year yield. Some of the shit that I read today, man, like this morning I was reading through the news and I'm like, oh my God, I want to fucking cry with some of the shit that I'm reading here. Let me see what some of the garbage I read this morning. UBS says markets are too hawkish. Agreed. There's one other one I read in here, which was wrong. Like I'm looking at this, like I'm ready to read a few things to you here. Things that I'm scratching my head on. Like first one. Here's another one that I'm just scratching my head. VXN VIX ratio is printing another new recent high today. Tech stress is huge, absolutely, but above all, relatively speaking. Where was this other one that I read here that was kind of nonsense? Did they delete it?
One minute to go now to begin the when issued for the 2-year note auction.
I'm like, fixed 9-day is not even printing fucking highs. It's printing like fucking $17. It's not a goddamn high. Remember, we did not hit this high over here. Never hit that high, so we could squeeze balls off up here. Yeah, we got to talk about PCE today because that shit's going to come in not hot,
10 seconds.
coming in cool. It's going to piss everybody off.
Seeing the Canadian dollar extending decline at a 14-month low. Treasury when issued 4.192%, 4.192%.
And there's a bear out there hoping we go big red bars here. I'm like, there's got to be a bear out there somewhere at home and they're lazy boy. You know, bears don't have girlfriends, right? Remind me of the clavicle gang. Is it clavicle? Old school incels, no.
So surely expecting the rest of the 2-year note auction data.
There is no data at this moment. The only data that's been released is the prior, not the actual auction. We're going to crush stock market on the 2-year yield.
High yield of 4.189%, with the US selling $69 billion of 2-year notes, bid cover of 2.64. Primary dealers take 10.24%.
It's not great and it's not bad.
31%, and indirect 55.45%. So a stop through of 0.3 base points.
I don't know. If I guess we was give it a constant, I would say a C, maybe a D. It's not that. It's not bad or good, in my view. That's right where we are right now. Slightly lower than the prior. I don't know how they do it. Like I'm trading both sides of all of this, and I'm having a really fucking hard time with the bear side. I mean, you can go shorts easier, but I don't know how bears buy puts in a bull market. Or I got some pullbacks and stuff. If you time it right, it's awesome. But if you hold a put all day long, you don't catch the exact run to the downside. Poof, fucking brutal. We're likely going to put a floor in with this. I don't know that we can get to 26 with that news. And not only that, outside of like unrealized volatility for PCE, they're gonna get their shit pushed in on PCE. We should go over that next. We'll review PCE together. I'm closing my puts here. Just a heads up. I'd be willing to take another stab at it maybe up here, but it's not the big red that I was looking for. So I'll take another shot at him up here.
Two-year US Treasury yield steady after auction, last down 4.45 basis points at 4.186%.
It's a nice little sweep in here if you want it. Keep an eye on this one right here. See, they're still in here. You can see that right there. Be careful of a trap in here. A couple other spots down here, but we could do the grind bullshit. We just heard the guy out there saying steady on US 2-year. Yeah, it's like a C. I want to say it's like a C. It's not great. It's not bad. It's actually might put a floor in on us at some point. Here, I'll show you guys the 2-year really quick. So I was hoping for this yield to be lower, right? Blast down here, have the puts, right? Ching, make the money, fill the gap, close the puts, come back up here. Maybe we could do some bullshit like this, but there's another problem here. That's this. This starts marching higher. Before you know it, there's the 26th, the 28th. See it over here, 28th. This marches higher. Maybe you're grinding down here, and then we're doing this. They were hoping for something like this. That's what they wanted to do, or at least a halfback trade. Like close all that shit down there, return the sender, take the whole trade back. I don't think they're going to get it today. Maybe, but I don't see it. I guess you could call it it's an A if you're a bull. It's an F if you're a bear. So we'll label it a C. If you're a bear, it was an F. If you're a bull, it was a C, or is it A if you're a bull? If the other side was that the 2-year yield blasted down to the depths of hell, so I'm gonna rate it a C. It's the Jim James C, not the Andy Constant C. Because I know what the Bears want. They want fucking that yield to come smashing down. All right, so no puts for me. I'm flat right now. Even if we roll slowly, I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to be in it all day long. I don't want to get ground out with theta. If I see another rejection up here, maybe I'll get in. If there's any more like rejection like this, I'd be down. What I don't want to do is this nonsense in here and get caught up in this and then miss the dump later. So no trade again. I did make a little bit of money. I made like 5 or 10% or something. It was small as fuck. We got to go over this PCE thing really quick. So we have 0 news tomorrow. We got some news, but it's all kind of bullshit. So if you're looking for like news to send us somewhere, We got a bunch of before tomorrow morning. We got a bunch of news that is not crazy important. We got a 30-year mortgage rate tomorrow. We got new home sales month over month. Those are going to be garbage. We already know that. It's already the market already knows. It's known for months. Later in the day, we get a 2-year FRN auction, 5-year note auction. Fed Bank stress results at 4 p.m. That's kind of important, but not really. The big news is, of course, Thursday we get 8:30 in the morning core PCE price index month over month, durable goods orders month over month, GDP growth rate quarter over quarter final, personal income month over month, personal spending month over month. Now, it could be a mixed bag. What, you guys don't believe me? Told you it was going to hold. You're losing money now on your fucking puts. I told you. Puts on. We're going to add to them, start going down. Told you to close the puts. I know exactly what I'm doing here. Now, on Thursday, the PCE numbers is what everybody's looking at. PCE numbers should come in cool. Listen to me close. I know it's counter to everything you're being told. And why is that important? Like, top line, why is that important? Because the insidious inflation is usually in PCE. It's where you normally see your cyclical PCE, but the PCE was being affected by the Strait of Hormuz, and it's been coming down. It spiked, and then it came down a little bit. So I don't know if that's an initial. You guys closed your puts, right? So it's like some guy out there trading 10-second chart on fucking ES right now. He's like long. So like the PCE numbers should come in cool. It's gonna piss off the market. They're gonna be mad. But we do have personal income and personal spending. Those are two issues right now. I don't know how those numbers come in tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but Thursday. Remember this high? We never touched the high over here, so be wary of this one right here, that red line. Remember that we're parked for the auction. Now we're going back up here. Be careful of up here. Be careful of that tag right there. Right there. You see it? So PC is going to come in light. Now, we got a problem. Will that last? More than likely, no. Will it be an anomaly? Yes, more than likely. PC is likely going to rage over time. We're in cyclical inflation going up. But we did have a bit of a pullback going on in the data right now. Now, the two that I have problems with would be personal income. The first problem is that personal income, wage inflation lags inflation. Okay, so wage growth will lag natural inflation. So you heard me about a month or two ago. I was like hit every day in the table. If you're a part, I started a talk like 2 months ago, and I more, and I said I'm never talking about this again. And I had said to you guys, if you're in the bottom part of the K-shaped economy, that what's coming is extremely dangerous to you. If you're in the bottom of the bottom of the K-shaped economy, and actually, it's a problem for probably 45% of America, and you can combat it. So let's say you're like lower middle class or middle class. I wouldn't say upper middle class or wealthy or extremely wealthy, any of that kind of stuff. If you're in like the low, like if you're like the bottom 15% or your lower middle income, you likely have not had enough education. More than likely have not had enough education in life. You learn it through experience. Like, hey, I missed this cycle or something, but then you lose so much money either buying a house in the wrong part of the cycle and you stay in it or whatever the fuck it is you had to do to figure it all out. The point I was trying to say to you on this personal income is that could be kind of a rough number because, and that could counter the PCE. Because it's a lagging indicator. I think I was telling people a couple months ago, you should be like looking for new jobs or asking for raises now if you can get them. Do it now before you get run over by this inflation. Another issue is personal spending month over month. I think the top of the K is still spending tons of money, but I'm seeing cracks. Now, I travel a lot. Some of you know that. Some of you don't know that. I don't portray myself as driving Lamborghinis. I don't portray myself as being in private planes, that kind of stuff. I wear a black t-shirt, fucking, shitty black t-shirt on this show. You never see me like doing that stuff.
I'm speaking to Porter, it says,
Portraying myself as being somebody
see how it goes.
like that. Saying that, I do spend a lot of time around wealth. And those people are doing great. But there's some other weird things going on. I was in Park City recently. There were a lot of wealthy people there, but then there was also a crowd of people. They're like that middle class bro from like California, maybe St. George. That class of people is to me, they're working class, middle class. I didn't see them spending a ton of money. I saw them doing day trips. I didn't see them staying there. I saw them doing day trips. Where I got more concerned was this past weekend, I went to Put-in-Bay in Ohio. And there's wealth there too, but not on the scale of Park City. It's more like maybe 5 or 10% very wealthy people, white collar. The crowd in Put-in-Bay is a blue collar town. Blue collar middle class, blue collar wealthy. These are blue collar guys and gals. And there were not that many people there. And there were not that many boats there. And this isn't the sailboat class of people. This is I go fishing for walleye class of people, salt of the earth type of people, broke their balls, worked their asses off. Maybe they own a plumbing company or they're a firefighter or they're police. Like when I was at Put-in-Bay, it was like all police officers, firefighters, construction guys. The majority, not all of them, but the majority was. And they have money and stuff, but I saw less boats. I saw less of the small, middle-sized boats on the lake. I saw less people spending money. And I didn't see larger crowds. And then I asked, is this a smaller crowd than usual? And it is. I got a buddy in Park City you guys know about. He told me that he went to a planning meeting recently that addressed the same issue. So you should see some deterioration in personal income, some personal spending as time progresses. You should see some of those cracks appear. It's not something where it's like, hey, crash the stock market today. We don't price in every fucking recession before they happen, but just note that there are some cracks. And these things will, at some point, you'll put that data together, enough of it, to where the market will demand either action or the market will take the action. It's either going to demand the action or the market will do the action itself, right? Bond and equities and everyone else. We're not there yet, but just note that tomorrow there could be some kind of a wash in that data, is the greater point that I'm trying to make to you. I want to address the PCE thing right now because it's probably the biggest one. As far as claims go, the job market is funky as fuck. Oh, look at this Head and Shoulders here too, right? We had the inverse Head and Shoulders I was showing you this morning. There's another Head and Shoulders there. The job market is good. It's not bad. It's very good. We're getting more productive. Profits are still high. The jobs are still there. I think I addressed this a bunch where I said to you that remember I'd said a bunch of times, I was like, people are whining. Shouldn't say that, but I'm not an old guy. I'm not going to tell you pull up your bootstraps. Remember, I was like, people are whining. And there are jobs they just don't want to work those jobs. Like, I'm a fangman engineer. I don't want to go work on a nuclear power plant somewhere. Well, tough titties. That's where the jobs are. You want to work in fangman? Well, guess what? If you work in electric, it's booming right now. Do you know what I mean? So, like, the jobs are there. And whether you're whining and bitching about not being in the fangman plus T fucking TMT pipeline anymore because they don't need you because you're not as smart as the number that they need, You're smart enough, though, to do some fucking nuclear engineering. There's a bunch of jobs open. Eventually, you're going to get pushed into jobs like that, more than likely. And if you take that job, you'll be fine, right? So the job market is still very stable. Now, that musical chairs with jobs, right, and unemployment, that will end probably someday.
Medicine and inflation
I
problems.
don't know what they're going to do. Jerome addressed it briefly, I think, in the fall, and was very non-committal. And then Warsh addressed it again here, that they were looking into it as well. I'm assuming it's some kind of dividend-based UBI at some point. Could be a bunch of shit. Could be a job in the military to fight China. You don't want to hear that, do you? You want to hear that? Could be a job, I don't know, rebuilding bridges in America. Many of you that are history buffs, right? What do? We went through a similar expansion or similar new economy, turn of the century, 1900s. And what did we do? We eventually crashed, which this should eventually crash. And then how did we restart the economy? We gave government jobs, didn't we? Put everybody to work across America. They built buildings in San Francisco, gorgeous buildings in San Francisco. They built bridges across America, interstate highway system, that kind of stuff. So that those conversations are already beginning to start, right? But until then, we do have those jobs. And we're playing musical chairs with those jobs. Like, hey, I'm in Fangman. Now I'm in nuclear power. Now I'm in electricity. Eventually, those jobs do go away, we think, or there should be some other jobs. Or the thesis in prior economies is that we would create new jobs, right? We probably won't in this case. Maybe we just create this huge class of people that's got a human touch to it, right? I was talking to a doctor this weekend when I was on vacation, and he was talking about end-of-life care for people, and that, nobody wants a robot sitting there talking to you about your loved one passing in a hospital type environment. You want a human, right? And even introducing that could take generations and generations. I think even Jamie Dimon recently talked about truck drivers, and he was like, we can lay off every fucking truck driver from start to go last mile today. He said that, right? And he's right. So the question becomes, what you do is you get people that are used to that, and you slowly remove them from the workplace or from the working class. That takes can take decades, right? It's like kind of like enshittifying a checkout in a grocery store or a gas pump. Same situation. We do it quick, everyone's going to be pissed off. Hey, we're going to get rid of the guy pumping gas for you. We're going to introduce self-service. Everybody's going to be angry with torches. If you do it over the course of 2 or 3 generations, it's now the norm. Everybody wants self-serve at the gas pump. Nobody cares about fumes coming in their mouth, right? Or in their mouth, they're breathing it in for 20, 30 years, pumping their own gas. No one even talks about that anymore. That was a big conversation when I was a kid. So
SpaceX sector raised 25
if you remove truck drivers slowly out of the system over 2-3 generations, and you lower expectations of children, you can play this scenario out probably for decades. We might not. I know it's gross, and I know that it ain't pretty if it goes against you and I, right? We don't have a say in our quality of life, right, or the jobs that we're going to take. And we also know that we're all Americans. And there is a certain class of Americans that believes in the American dream. They believe that they can come from zero and become something. I brought my daughters, moved them here to Detroit, Michigan. They are both honor society. They're both the oldest ones now, microbiology, #1 public research institution in the U.S. So that's the American dream, right? It doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter what your background is, doesn't matter anything. You can bootstrap your way to success in life. And, you might not want that. You might just be like, hey, all I want is to make a minimum wage that can pay my bills. I don't want to worry about my rent and my utilities and my food and shit. That's very valid. But there's a portion of society that they're gunning and running for more. And it's the part of it being American, right? Like it or hate it, doesn't matter. That's true. And if you do that too quickly, you'll piss off a lot of people. So you kind of have to train society to not want those things, or a less percentage of that society to want those things, while you take care of the rest of the people out there, the most impoverished, right? But that's not today, is it? Is my point. So employment's probably good for a period of time. Still, and there's probably still not going to be data going together to say that there's no jobs for these people. This is a process that could take decades, is my point. So employment numbers should be good. Jobless claims, those should all be good. Squeezing higher now. Trying to come up here and touch this red line. Been harping on it here for a little while. If we can touch this red line, we'll see if we can do a nice little hook and a ram to the upside. That 2-year note auction was not positive for bears, and it's kind of putting a floor into all this down over here. So I'm looking for a reason to get us down into Thursday. And probably the closest thing I come up with here is maybe a mixed bag of data release. Not tomorrow, but Thursday morning. So I'm going to read something to you about the PCE thing. And I just want to read this out to you so that you have a heads up on it. If I can find it. Give me a second here, guys. Yeah, CPI is bad, but PCE was the gnarly one. It was gnarly the last time. Hang tighter, guys. I'm just going to show this to you guys here. Hold on. I'm going to read to you May. And then I want to talk to you briefly about this concept here. The manipulation of data in markets. How it happens is, or a basic idea of how it happens is, you have trend over a year. Let's say it's going up. We'll make this like 3 months, 3 months, 3 months. And you can have like a trend. That's something like this for seasonality. Hold on. Have like a trend for seasonality and stuff, but it's going up like this. Makes sense? And then you can have like week in, month out stuff. And those can sometimes be all over the place. Does that make sense? Any sense in there? So you get these readings that are very messy on shorter time frames. See how like you get a messy reading here. Oh my God, this data and whatever this data is called porn consumption over time. So whoa, we got really high porn consumption. We got to break out the Bibles, and then all of a sudden, like a week later, a month later, it's down here and like, look at the Bibles are working again, right? But in fact, trend is up, right? And these things can go up and down. You kind of have to get the trend change on a higher frame. That should be white, but like this white line should come down over time, and you can start making an actual case. Hey, major trend is changing over 3 months, maybe 6. But in these things here, these like reports in the middle, that's where you'll get like one hot read and you'll go, oh my God, we're all gonna die. And then the next month it's it's like Simpsons. Everybody's running from the church to the bar, and then the bar to the church, and the bar to the church to the bar to the church. Everybody's got their hair on fire, and people spew a bunch of shit that is just, if not nefarious, or to sell something, it's an uninformed consumer of it, and then they spread it. It gets even worse. So I'm going to read something to you here. This is the May inflation. This is the prior inflation. I'm going to show you a couple of charts here just to give you an impression of what I'm talking about. Now, the May inflation data was fucking super hot. PCE inflation surges further away from Fed's target, now nearly double the Fed's target. This is from Wall Street, by the way. My favorite data guy out there, period, bar fucking none. Nobody matches this fucking guy, period. End of story. Unless you're going direct. He's it. Trend reversal started a year ago. Services inflation, which is the poison. Like, drill this in your head. If you're ever looking for like real cyclical inflation, the bad one, it's always in services. It's always in services. And it can be nefarious. It can be just, oh my God, fear, we're going to get tariff inflation, so I'm going to raise my service fees, right? And before you know it, your cost of your services go higher, and then everybody else raises their prices. They can instigate inflation. They can amplify it too. And you never see people pull prices back, do you? Very rarely. And if you do, you might see it in commodities, but not in like services, durable goods, short-term goods. Like how often do you see a pencil come down in price? Sometimes you do, but not that often, right? Like your price of a hamburger has never gone down, has it? You go back in history and look at the price of a hamburger, it's always gone up over time. So the trend reversal started a year ago. Services inflation stuck at a high rate for a year. Now prices of food, energy, computers, and software, the inflationary AI boom, and the gold, jewelry, and gold price spike all surged. The all items PCE price index jumped by 0.4% in April from March, plus 4.9% annualized. None of this really matters. I'm going to show you what really matters here. Annualized on top of the 0.66 spike, 8.3 annualized in the prior month, which we have been the worst spike since mid-2022. This all-time PCE price index is the yardstick for the Fed favors for its 2% inflation target. And at 3.8%, it is now nearly double the target of 2% and has been moving away from it since May of 2025, which we did tag in May of 2025. And I have no fucking clue why people say we didn't. I know why the Fed doesn't say that we hit it, because they want to stay in the frying pan. They want to stay in the soft landing as long as possible. But we did hit our 2% target in May of 2025. With big month-to-month price surges in December, January, and February before the war and before the energy price spike. The energy price spike came on top of it in March and April. Food prices have begun to surge. You probably noticed this in your life, right? The AI boom is driving up prices of semiconductors. Any of you that are gamers have probably noticed that. I have to buy equipment here. My equipment's pricing is through the fucking roof. What I pay for equipment in my studio is insane. And I am not looking forward to being told I can't have my own server at home. I don't want a fucking terminal to do this shit. I want my own fucking servers, my own racks. I want all of it. My own Blade server racks, big ones. But software subscription prices are surging because providers, Microsoft, Alphabet, et al., have increased their prices after including AI into their package. So far, AI has been inflationary, and services inflation has been stuck at a high rate for the entire year without improvement. This is all bad. So this is the narrative that's out there about PCE right now. But we get these knee-jerk reactions on the smaller squiggly lines. And that's what I want to show you here. What I want to show you here. Oh, no. What the fuck was that? What I want. Come on now. What I want to show you here is the squiggly lines. And I want you to see this drop. This is the monthly annualized PCE. It is ramping to the downside. Now, remember, on the knee-jerk reactions, you could potentially see, a very low read. So you don't get you don't get the follow through that you're looking for. That make sense? You don't get the follow through you're looking for in the knee jerk. Now, just like everyone telling you, like inflation is bad, I agree with that statement. But the knee jerk is what matters. And this PC came in like super cold. And you won't get that like, oh my God, hair on fire, Fed needs to fucking raise rates, all that kind of stuff. Are we going to fucking need to raise rates? Fuck yeah, but they're going to run this shit hot. And they're going to buy themselves some time until this thing bounces again, right? And then there'll be another demand. This will turn red. This red line will be up here, and then all of a sudden it becomes a problem right around 4.5%. Right in there it becomes a problem. See it over there? Above 4.5 becomes a problem. But even looking at this data here, oh, no, I shouldn't do that. Hold on. No, not that. Hold on. This should give you pause. This chart you're looking at right here is the whole basis for why we don't need a hike right now. So if you look right here, somewhere right in there. That's a little high, but you get my point. There's room here to run it hot. You see it? So then you get another 25 basis point hike. Knee-jerk down move in the market. Fed's doing their job. All of a sudden, right, they run it hot again. You get what I'm saying? They could even maintain this and be fine. Threats of hikes, a hike, a two, and that the Federal Reserve, Treasury Department, they're working on it. And this would actually be like a springtime. You get springtime major hikes. You get one in the late year. You get another one in the spring or something like that. Market's already crashing. All of a sudden, guess what happens in the summer next year? Inflation's down again. They run it hot again. You know what I'm saying?
Rachel Reeves to cabinet roles. Again, coming from the Financial Times, Burnham set to demote Rachel Reeves, who's the UK chancellor.
So at least on the short term, this looks like it's going to come in. This ain't going to spike up here, bros. It's not what's happening. It's going to be like that. It's going to come back down. And you get the straight reopening again. Hold on here. So that's your PCE. Core PCE in price index, which excludes energy and food, rose by 0.24% in April and March, or 2.9% annually. After 4 months in a row, 3.6 to 5.2. The Fed's target for core PCE inflation measure is 2%, dotted purple line. And being a core measure, it does not include the gasoline price spike and the now surging food prices. Core PCE inflation never even got close to the Fed's 2% target, but bottomed out at 2.6%. So the first figure I showed you did actually hit 2%. You want to see it again?
Further info from this article from the Financial Times. Burnham is preparing to remove Rachel Reeves as Chancellor, but offer her an alternative cabinet.
But bottomed at 2.6 in April of 2025 and has been moving away from the target ever since. It has been above target for over 5 years as well. Now, this one has not hit the Fed's rate. I'm going to show you that chart right now. But even this chart right here shows you, like I showed you the other one, not as good as the other one, but it should still come down at least light, something down in here for this new reading, somewhere over there. So slightly cool to neutral would be the expectation. I want you to think about this narrative that you hear out there right now. And then I'm showing you the actual data that fucking disagrees with this, especially on the knee-jerk type of stuff. for like that extra leg to the downside, and then, oh my God, the Fed has to do something today. And the fact is that they don't. And if you look at this last one over here that I just showed you here, we're nowhere near 4.5 yet. And they've already expressed that they're going to run it hot, right? And this excludes, sorry about this, I keep hitting the wrong button. But this one here excludes gas and electricity, I believe. Energy as a whole and food. So when you're looking at core PC index year over year, this one actually has more room to run to the upside, excluding gas or energy in general. Now, electricity has been on a move to the upside right now, but the gas is the big like tape reader or the tape bomber, and that should be coming down. So core PCE index looking better too, or at least for this report, this like one and done read that we have coming in on Thursday. What else do I have for you here in this? I think that's all I want to talk to you about on PCE for tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but for Thursday. That if you're looking for like some kind of gotcha moment, if you're a bear and you're looking for like, PCE is gonna be through the fucking moon, and the Fed has to do something. We're under right now where they have to do anything. You got to think about, like, I don't want to bring politics into this, okay? Because to me, they all spend money. They all do. But some of them say they're going to spend less than others. Others say they're going to spend it more wisely than the others. It's both sides are kind of bullshitting, but they both fucking spend, guys. They're like whores. They're money whores. They gotta spend. They gotta bring the money back to their district. They gotta bring the money back for this. They gotta do this. They gotta do that. And our debt is out of fucking control right now. And so if you're a bear and you're like, we have to pay the debt down, this is the way that you pay it down. Is you run the economy hot. It's basically like a carry trade, right? Basically a carry trade, right? So you short-term borrowing, cheaper money, and you're paying off old debt that was taken at a higher dollar value. Is that simplified enough? Here, I think I've explained this in the show before. I'll explain it again. I've got a remote control here. I'm the U.S. government. I want a remote control. The remote control costs me 2 pencils. Cost me 2 pencils to buy this. So I buy this, and I promise to pay you back the 2 pencils, right? For this device right here. And because I'm the government, I can decide about the money creation and money destruction, right? So all of a sudden, I make 2 values now, two pencils now worth less. So it takes 4 pencils to equal 2, right? So now I got 4 pencils in my hands, but the original debt was only 2 pencils. Make sense? So now I pay the 2 for the remote control. I got the extra 2 pencils in my hands, and remember, I can then destroy that money, right? Snap that money in half. I paid 50% of the original cost of this debt, right? And because I'm the government, I can make that decision to do that. So if you're a bear, you should be hoping for running it hot, right? Doesn't that go counter to what you think? Say yes, Jim James. Anyways, that's the thesis that they have. How long they can do that? 4.5%, maybe coming into 4.75. Maybe a hike here and there over every few months or so. The long end. You know what I mean? And, we're spending money, right? I'm going to show you the debt ratio right now. It ain't pretty. I'm going to show you the spend. We need the deficit, too, for the bull market, right? Can't have a bull market without a deficit. You guys ever heard that before? So we got to print the money, and the equity market gets to be in for the ride on this. And that's kind of the idea here. And it also does some other things, doesn't it? Creates the money to invest in the build out the rest of the AI trade, the rest of the bubble. If you want to start breaking the bubble, start popping the AI bubble, all that kind of stuff. All this stuff kind of works together, doesn't it? So you're wondering about money. keep funding it. Well, they're printing it right fucking now, and they're not tightening, are they? We're not in a tightening cycle either. And the data is pretty good right now. It's kind of like, it's not great, but it's, we're coming out of the frying pan of a soft landing. And so they're using, like, I want to say it, and I think anyone would do this. I don't think it's just Trump. I don't think it matters. You put us in the frying pan until someone gets so fucking greedy, or the economy's expanded to a point where the greed sets in. And so it's like, let's run this thing hot a little bit. Let's pay down this. We'll make the excuse to do that, and we can run the market up, that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you do. That's a pretty simplified answer or example of what we're doing, or what the market and what the economy and what the government and everybody else is on right now, and why we should continue higher for a period of time. And then even once we're done running it higher, unless they tighten slightly, they can run it hot some more if they want to. Like, not a full tightening cycle, but like, 25 BPS hike for you. Then we're done. Another 25 BPS. You're still running it hot. And then you get past the midterms. Then I don't give a fuck anymore from the president. So just be aware of that as we move forward. Be aware of that on that data that comes out. If you're looking for that, like that gotcha moment, I don't see it. I actually see more damage to the consumer than anything. The bottom part of our economy, that consumer, and that's why I freaked out a couple months ago. I was like, you guys gotta be careful, because we're coming into that, where things start ramping and people start getting left behind. And that's also why you see an infusion of money into the stock market. They're telling you like there's no money coming into the stock market. Retailers are the bag holders. It's not just retailers. All these fuckers got to get in. It's like there's like not whales, but they're like elephants. And so everyone's trying to outrun this inflation until they tighten. So like when you hear the other nonsense, like, oh, it's just retailers out there, that's fucking false. Every fucking entity out there is outrunning this. And they're not dumb like retailers. They have very smart people that work for them. If I was working for them, I would say, you must do this. We're burning our wealth, basically. Like, you have to reinvest. You have to put in the stank market. You have no tips, no fucking bonds. I don't care about their pleas and cries and all that kind of shit. You have to have the exposure to inflation. And you have to do that, because when we actually do tighten, like legitimately tighten, they're already coming with the knives out for all your money, right? Like, the time to put the risk on is now. If you don't put the risk on and chase the cheapening of money and then shove that shit in a mattress somewhere when they come looking for it, you will get washed out. Your company will get washed out. You will get washed out. So that whole argument, like, you'll hear this like nonsense everywhere, and it's just horse shit. Utter fucking horse shit. You have to chase that inflation until the fucking merry-go-round stops. You'll get eaten alive in the inflationary period by being risk off. And then once we go into tightening, you're going to get the Fed after you, the Treasury Department after you. You're going to get the federal fucking government after you. That's not the Fed. Like, the Federal Reserve, the federal government, Treasury, then you're going to get what else? The destruction of money. You're going to get your federal or your state governments, your local county governments, your city governments. You're also going to get companies, corporations. When they start tightening, they start digging in for wherever they can get more money, right? So then they all start coming for your money and your wealth. Everybody. Your electric company, your fucking, I don't know, your financial advisor, your fucking pencil dealer. Oh my God, nobody's buying pencils. Raise those prices as best as you can. As much as you can, dig out of these people until the money's gone. And so when you're in that actual tightening cycle, you feel it. So if you're taking bing, bang, boom all over the place from all these different places in a restrictive environment, you have to be able, even if you're trying to duck it all and you're savvy, because you were previously in this inflationary environment, gives you a buffer to withstand some of that. Oh, you need a couple extra? Oh my God, you're going to raise my taxes? Good thing I made a fucking windfall during the inflationary period, right? Made money during the soft landing. And then when we started ramping, I made fuck tons of money. And then when we started tightening, I put it into what? Tips and bonds, 5% in Webull here, fucking laddering, fucking short-term yields, right? Rolling, right? And now you're trying to evade. And if you're like, you're scrunched up in the inflationary period, you're losing money. And then you come into the tightening period, and now they're coming after you again with the knives. And so you're a net loser. You're literally a fucking net loser. I'm just tell you right now. You're a net fucking loser. And then you can't pay a bill, then all of a sudden you're going through a fucking bankruptcy, losing your wife, losing the car, losing the kids, losing the dogs, losing the white picket fence, all that kind of shit. Old people understand this. Young people, not as much. Sometimes they got to go through that cycle once or twice, take the hammer to the head until they figure it out. But you got to have the risk on in the soft landings. You got to have the risk on in the expansion. And then when they start to tighten, you have to have done well enough that they don't take it all. So if I'm a fucking guy that's not beating inflation, I'm already losing, right? If, let's say, I'm just keeping up with inflation, and then they tighten, and then I take one whammy, I'm fucked. I'm in negative. So when you're in this, like, either expansion in the economy or a soft landing in the economy, you have to be there making as much as you possibly can. Like, you have to. So when they come for you, you can take that hit, withstand it. You go through 2 or 3 of those cycles, and you wind up being older, retiring, sending your kids to college, paying your mortgage off, being able to pay for health care, those end-of-life things. So it's like critical that you're a part of that. Otherwise, what ends up happening, right? You're skating by through life. All of a sudden, your fucking pension's not good enough. Your 401k is not good enough for an explosion in inflation. All of a sudden, you're taking a job in retirement. All of a sudden, you're selling your house, you're downsizing, you're working through that money. Before you know it, you're in some kind of state-run fucking facility. Pissed your kids off. You're down in the villages, spreading STDs, and you've annihilated. Your kids tell them to go fuck themselves or something. And, before you know it, no one's there, and you got nothing. And you're like, you got zero, right? Please believe me on that stuff. I just showed you the chart. Just that one chart right there is enough. I didn't show you the employment and shit, but a bunch of other shit you probably need to see. But that PCE is enough that's all you need to fucking see right there, that PCE. That's it. That is it. You have to chase it. And if you don't, that's okay, but everybody else is. And if you're out there spewing garbage saying, I don't know, fucking, it's going to crash. Like, no, dude, they're all in. Well, it's only retailers. Fuck you, it is. Like, literally companies, entities, trusts, funds, you name it. They're all in the fucking pool. That's the truth. Haven't done shit, right? Just parked here, grind. Want to see if you can catch a dump here into the bell, maybe? And not only that, we've got an up move scheduled for tomorrow, theoretically, or at least Gamma says we have an up move to 7. We're trading 7396. We have a scheduled up move tomorrow. Max Payne up to like 75.25 or something. So let's see if we can get this thing beaten down a little bit into the close here. I try to tell people this, they don't believe me. Like, no, what kind of is talking about? I'm like, I'm telling you, you'll be the one to pay. I've been there. I'm old, but I'm getting fucking old finally. I've been through this fucking rodeo enough. Most of you, or the older people here, will be like, yeah, I've been through that. It's like a rat race. We're all running as hard as we fucking can. It's like, and this is the crazy part. You have right now, right? You have the agency to chase this money as a retailer and as a fucking American consumer. You literally have the agency to do that. Guess where you don't have that agency? When we actually fucking tighten and your fucking county says to you, fuck you, your taxes are going up. Fuck you, your fucking house is assessed higher. Fuck you, we're looking at Zillow and we saw you do that fucking renovation at your house. No, you're going to sell it? Sorry, buddy. We got you there too. So you don't have a choice to pay that shit, do you? So right now you have the agency to make the money. You can't just come into the fucking government when they tighten and say, oh, guess what? I don't have the money, bro. They come and take your fucking house away from you. Take a car away from you. They take every fucking thing worth anything away from you. I don't know how deep we can get now. I don't know that we can get down to 26. I'm gonna that fucking 2-year, man. I think we could sweep these lows down here. Could sweep these bad boys, but I don't know if we can get down there. I think we can I think let's look at that. I have a feeling that we can we can maybe get down here. But then they're going to ramp this fucker up into tomorrow, and then we can hopefully get the fair on PCE and shit midday or something to finally get down here to these lows again. You got what I'm saying? Ramp up, 7525, somewhere in there. And then they get the fear dump into a double bottom here. I was hoping for more down, but I don't know if we can get that at this point. Maybe. They're going to have to create some real bullshit here to do it. Hold on here. I'm getting blown up. Give me 1 second here, guys. The downside target. I'm going to list them for you. Hold on, ready? I'll draw them in. It's right here. First target right there. Getting phone calls from people, finding out what the targets are. I don't know that we can get to this one. I don't think we can get to this yellow one, this bottom one. I'm talking to someone right now on the phone. I don't know if we can get to this one yet. It might take us till this literally could take us till Thursday, 8:30 in the morning. I kid you not. We could just hit this one and grind and then bounce. I'll draw it for you right now. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guy. I'm going to draw it out for you right now. Hold on. Yeah, we can potentially hit this bottom target. I don't think we can get through. How about this? I'll rephrase what I said. I don't think you can get through this. So maybe you can get to here. I was hoping by end of day we could get. I was hoping we could tag this new low down here, but we needed the shitty fucking yields on the 2-year, bro. Yeah, this is a pin for the end of the day. Right where we are is. Yeah, they're fucking down. They're fucking accumulating down here. They're fucking buying, dude. We need, I want to get down to the 720, but is it 720? Hold on, let me look. No, it's like 726. I would really like to hit like no, sorry, we rephrase all this because people are listening. I really want to trigger the buyers at 730, like right here. I really want like the accumulator. Yeah, this is the street trying to buy, dude. This is fucking. Well, it's not just street trying to buy. It's like we're pinned in for fucking end of month, but then they're loading here too. We're finding the buyers down in here. Yeah. Come on here. Hey, are you there still? I literally drew it in. Right there. Close those goddamn puts. Try for one more leg down here into 3 p.m. or 2:30 or 3 or some shit. Yeah, and then at like 3, this is gonna be bullshit over here. They're gonna ramp this fucker, I think, into tomorrow. So we're just looking for a low. I'll do it right now. I'll draw it exactly what I think's gonna happen. All right. All right. Bye. All right. Later, brother. All right. Sorry about that. I had to take that phone call. I didn't have a choice.
So reminder, in a few
I got a friend that's getting caught up in the chop. He's not. He's doing really well, but he's like he's getting eaten alive in the chop, trying to force trades and stuff. Let's go look at. Let's do this really quick, because that was not the auction that everybody wanted. Let's go over here. No, not that one. Because we're in the middle of the chop garbage. We're kind of pinned in here. You see this, though? There's a magnet here for the day. Kind of like pinned in here. 740. I don't expect much movement today into the close, but we have some expected movement tomorrow. I'm gonna if you weren't here this morning, if you're just showing up, you're not watching the entire show from the start to the finish. I want to show you the gamma for tomorrow. Now this is where it gets kind of funky. We have the 7450 as a target. We're currently right here. This is where we are. And I don't see anything happening today. Unless there's unknown unknowns. I'm hard pressed to believe that you're going to fucking trade this shit tomorrow. You can try to force it after the bell or something. But man, if they do not cut your longs, because this will turn into a fucking whipsaw. Because we're dumping we're not dumping in cash market, so this is all just stretching price and bullshit. You can get it done outside of cash market, but it makes it still a fake number. Like, here, hold on a second here. Let me explain this better. My point is this: we're trading right here, and for just Thursday, we've got a magnet higher. That's 7450. We have a max pain number, which I should talk to you about on Monday on this show. You can go back and watch it. It's on the tape. I don't delete that shit. There's a max pain number up here of 7510. Okay. So what does that mean? For on SPX, we've got 7510 as a target right here. Right there. Remember when he missed it on yesterday or like 1:30 in the afternoon? Like, so they pin us in here, and then we ram up here. And then we come back for Thursday doom, literally, right? And revisit these lows again on Thursday. Does that make any help? Does this make any sense to any of you out there? Or even if you're just closing the gap tomorrow, right? Fuck around, roll, and then all of a sudden you get the oh my god, we got PCE and all this bad data. It's gonna be horrible, and then we're pinned in again for Thursday over there. If that makes any sense to you out there, if you're watching the show. So, anyways, let's look at expectations for tomorrow. How about that? Now, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna look at velocity. Looks like we still have some more. Oh, the wrong one. 30-minute velo. Yeah, that's a big bottom right there, isn't it? Pretty big bottom right there. Let's look at the 30 really quick. Like this right. Yeah, nice little. That's 15-minute right there. That's half an hour. That's looking pretty good. Short term, like half day kind of stuff. And I'm still concerned with this right here, okay? I still have some concerns with this right here. This little fucker right here. This goddamn thing right here. This one. And I'm just going to visualize this for you. I don't normally wouldn't be drawing this in, but I'm going to draw it in for you guys out there. So the idea here is something like this, right? You're pinned into the close. They ramp you back up to either here or here. Now you're putting in the 75, 50 or something like this, right? But then you're whipsawed right back down again into Thursday. Right down in here. So that is kind of the expectation from here, at least gamma wise. And then you want to be looking at this peak up here. Right up there. So expectations tomorrow, something like this. Now I want to talk to you guys about this, okay? I personally do not like that trade up. I like the idea of being the seller still. So you're Johnny on the spot up here. If let's say this magically disappears up here, you're still a seller. Or if we start parking in here and we don't go up, let's say we don't go up here. Listen, this close is an important part of trading. Like literally, it's an important part of trading. If they pin this into like 11, 12 o'clock tomorrow and they try to force the issue to get priced where it needs to go into PCE, at 11 a.m., if we haven't moved, I would like to be a seller here on just unrealized volatility. So in all scenarios here right now, I still like sell side. Even if it's fake, even if the numbers are good when we come into Thursday morning or they're neutral or something. This is realized volatility over here, but just the unrealized volatility means more. So you're either waiting to be a buyer the morning of Thursday or even Friday if you want to wait for the monthly roll, which I would recommend, but You know, you want to be a buyer down here, or you want to be a seller up here, or if we pin to be a seller right in here. Does that make sense to everybody? So I'll draw it like this. Hold on, give me a second here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do it on a weekly basis. I'll leave the drawings there for you just so you can see them before we even draw it in. I'm going to get rid of the arrow. We don't need that shit. But I want to put in this week. See this week right here? And you already know what they want, right? You already know that the sellers want the bad day to the bad fucking auctions. They want to get it underneath here on Thursday, blah, 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 all this other fucking nonsense, but it doesn't matter. It ain't getting started like they think it is. You could literally trade 700 and still be extremely fucking bullish, so I don't want to hear any of this nonsense about, like, it's like the old bear story. They'll close them and tell you it's going to keep going down, and it ain't. It's going to fucking rip their faces off. We'll draw this one in just to fucking for shits and giggles. It's going to be this is going to be a big bear raid. Let's think top of the market. Fucking out of your minds. Oh yeah, it's going down here. It's the first corrective leg right up here. Comes down here to that one right there, and we're out of there. Oh no, it's not. That was done there. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, that ain't happening. Fuck on out of here with that noise. Get bulls calling me, thinking that they're fucking, or bulls calling me scared. Fucking boogeyman's under the bed right now. Cap, they're coming for us. Bears are out here telling me stories in the news. God damn it. Right over there. Let's see what that looks like. Smooth that bad boy out right there. That's where the trap is up there. We'll leave this one down here for you. Kev, all they do is they keep telling me all the bad things. This is what? No, we don't want to be that far. This is wait a minute. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Right there. Whenever I draw these things in, I got to go back and fix them when we go back to the right time period, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that just yet. And then we're going to go, we got to do this one here. That one right there is yellow. This one right here is red. Yellow light, stoplight. And we're going to talk about this too. If we have time, we'll talk about this. So check one more thing here. Go back. That doesn't matter either. That's the only thing that matters right there. And this lends itself saying be a seller up here, right? Do you see that? When I was drawing the arrows down, you're a seller, you're a seller, you're a seller. Even a seller right here. Go to the hour. If you hit this white target up here, that would imply that whatever this down move is going to go whipsaw and higher. And this should be here. Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. Just like that right there. Now, when I drew this up here, this should be dotted line? That. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. What I want to show you here is this. I want to show you that. I don't know if you can see this or not, but I don't know if I can't tell if they pin this in. Then like 11 a.m. tomorrow, it's like, oh my god, PC is gonna be horrible, and CPI is gonna be horrible. Not CPI, PC is gonna be horrible. I don't know, fucking jobs or claims are gonna be horrible. So they try to price this in. So like you're a seller by like timer price, you're a seller by 11 a.m. if we're down there, 12 in the afternoon. If we're up here at 12 or 1 or something tomorrow, you're a seller there, you're a seller here, seller here. The only other way you could look at this would be you're just Johnny on the spot waiting. You're just Johnny on the spot waiting to pick this up. There's an alternate here too I want to talk to you about, which is they squeeze this thing up tomorrow. Let's say they squeeze this thing up. They blast you down. Right? They blast you down in here. And maybe you get a quick rip at 8:30 in the morning to the downside. Whoopsie. Right back up. And then you make the second high above the hourly trigger. If we did that, that could be a sign of all clear to go higher and crank into month end, believe it or not. But we're not there yet. So I wouldn't be banking on this. And I do love being a buyer after two highs. And if you're just underneath all-time highs, you know, we're like one day away from all-time highs, guys. I mean, look at how close we are. This is all-time highs right here. I'm like, yeah, all the talking out there about market crash and all that stuff. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like we're like pretty, like literally like, you know, they get it down here and then all of a sudden it's, you know, 8:30 in the morning and it's fucking whammo to the upside. Then it's whammo up here and then it's whammo and we're out of there. So, and I can understand wanting to get price here, and I can see in Gamma how we're pinned in here, but we are free to go up tomorrow. So just be aware of that. We are free to go higher tomorrow, and then maybe you get some kind of good news tonight or something. So I'm going to leave this like this. I'm sure that there's some of you out there that are looking at this low. You're looking at that low right there. Still good over here. See that? Make sense? What's the worst you're looking for down there? 730. There's 730 flows right there. Which is near perfect. There's your 830, 730 flows right there. Rock that thing to the downside. Where we just grind, hit it down below, and then boom. This looks like it's all in service of what? What does it look like? Let me buy at the price I want to buy at, right? Or maybe we grind sideways, finally get down here for 8:30 on Wednesday, on Thursday. Did I say Wednesday earlier? But then they slip it under here in the morning, and then we're whipsawing right back up again. There's a buyer sitting right fucking here. The only way you can get it down is in bullshit news. And you can really tell right now that all of this down move is scam. This will likely be a scam. Not for anything actually, kind of a wonky expectation, right? And ultimately trying to print all this stuff down here if we can. And if we can't get in there, maybe we can get in there on Friday. There's Friday, 8 a.m. Shocker. Right back again at the place for the weekly. And then it's Rampo fucking ramming into July. So otherwise, we're just bullshitting in here, fucking around, dicking around. Remember, too, that we were lower already. We're right near where we were just over here. So all the panicins out there. Price is literally where we were on June 17th. So, you know, we're still kind of like just dragging ass. You know, if I ever want to describe like summer trading, it's like this. Oh, yeah, I went to Johnny's Johnny's graduation. I went to the beach, went to Montauk, went to, I don't know, surfing. And then you come back from your vacation. You guys are plotting the fucking end of the world. And I come back from vacation. I check out my fucking spreads for July, and they're where? Right up there, right? I just come back, close them out. You're plotting and planning the doom and the demise of the stock markets while I'm off at fucking Montauk, and then I come back and I take my money and my spread and I'm out of there in July. Make sense? Summer trading 101. So that's what I've got for us here. The only other thing I would say here would be maybe this one here. We can draw that one in. They're going to come in here and buy this. And go right back to a 1 minute here. Clean this up. There's 1600. And I'll draw these in for you here. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2. So you can see that. One, two, right there. 3, 4, and 5 right there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Dumped it. Same buyers right here. And these guys are right in here, right in there. So I'm just trying to count these up, make sure I got them right. Something like that. And we could be parked in here too. We could stay pinned like right here and then start launching. You might get one more dip down here, but they'll be down here buying it. So There is a pin that we're stuck in. Maybe that helps. That could help. I don't know if it does or doesn't, but there's a pin at 7,400. And you can even see we're like wing, 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 wing. This looks like a W right here. Right there is probably the better. If I had to guess, it's something more like that. But you could argue that this is going to go up with the low, the higher low. This goes up here, dumping it down here. Maybe you get the after hours, then we're up. I like that blue. I just like the idea of it down here. However we get there, I don't care. Just max in on those buyers. I don't know if that helps the show or not, but I don't know if I like those green boxes, but maybe this gives a better visualization of where the buyers are. And buyers are at 733.24, and they're right where we are right here. And the dealers should support this to pin this 7,400. That 3 p.m., right? Sour hour, sweep back up, something like this. Most probable path, not guaranteed, but most probable path. Watch out. Something's happening right now, guys. What's going on right now? You guys see that? You guys see that right there up top? Look at that. The screen's flashing black. I don't know why that is. Watch out for a big squeeze here. There's something going on in the market. I don't know what it is. See it? Look up close. You can see the map changing. I got the new squawker and I haven't seen anything yet. Twitter was down yesterday too. I had problems connecting to Twitter on multi-stream today, or yesterday, not today, but yesterday. I had problems with I had no updates on. Oh, it's gone. Heads up that Twitter is down. I think for some people, it's down for me again. Yeah, we're right fucking there. Yeah, it doesn't help anyone else out there either. I'm just looking to see if there's a trap here. I think there's a trap here. There's market trying to hide something here, and I don't know exactly what it is yet. Something going on. Be careful here. Don't be short here. Something going. Watch out for buyers here. There's a bunch of buyers. Something's going on. I don't know. I don't know what's up or what's going on right now. That's pretty bearish right there, too. You see that? It's like extremely bearish, but there's some funky shit going on. I almost want to take a batch of calls right now. I'm not gonna. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Big green day today. Oh, my last trade, I lost money on fees. That's how close it was when I closed those puts.
NYMEX WTI crude August
I
futures.
paid more in fees than I made in the trade.
Cents a barrel, down 65 cents or 0.8%.
Ironic.
NYMEX diesel.
How the fuck can you even buy puts?
$3.15 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline July futures.
Like, I don't believe you guys are rich. You're buying puts.
And finally, NYMEX natural gas July futures.
Unless we're in like a bear market or some shit.
$3.14.
I ain't believing these fucking bears, dude. I like top tick those fucking things, and they pay well when they move, but if they don't move, if you don't get a giant outsized move, they're garbage. The print, but then you're not out of them quick enough. You need like downside stops every fucking time. Do not be short here. There's something going on. You guys see it? There's some shit going on. I'm saying don't be short because, not because I think it's going up, but because it's too dangerous. It's not worth the trade. If we're in a high right now, I'd say, yeah, it is, but not where we are. Some funky shit going on right now. I think we're going to get a news story that we're not expecting. Let me just see where there might start a position here in a minute. $7.37. Those are 28 cents right now. 27 cents. Maybe I should get one more strike in the money. Hold on. 7.36. I'm looking for like a whipsaw up. I'm looking to execute him like this. Like quick whip and then wham, just like that. There's like a live wire in here. Like right here. The live wire is like right here. There's a live wire. Live, breathe. Is that breathe? I'm not watching what I'm doing. Live, breathe, wire. It almost looks like MILF. Are you serious? Trump posted buy. Yeah, we're sitting on the fucking 50 DMA, aren't we? I don't disagree with that statement. We're on a live wire right here. Oh yeah, are you saying that because Trump's watching? I would love to find out if he has. Supposedly I got friends with an office in the White House. You should watch this guy, Jim James. I'm good friends with him. Know him well. For all these MAGA people out here, I got more friends in the White House than most MAGA people do. So fucked up. Come on down there. A little bit more, just a little. See here. Come on, yeah, just a little bit more. You'll be fine down there. You'll be just fine. You're doing good down there. Come on down. Come on down there. You'll be fine. Nope. A little bit more. Yeah. No. A little bit more. Big old red candle down there. I'm waiting for you. Come on down. No. Big red candle. Come on down. A little touchy in there. Be fine. Trust me. I promise I'm not going to buy 1,000 fucking zero dates and whip your ass up to the upside. Promise you. Swear. Come on down there. Go ahead. Test the lows, bro. A little bit more. I'm not there. I'm a little bit lower. Just, give me like one quick red spike like this, right about there. You do that, right? And I will fucking load the boat. You're fine down there, dude. Come on down. There's nobody down there, dude. Touch it. Take your fucking tongue out and lick the fucking. Yeah, there you go. Electric fence. Yeah. No. If you take one of your shoes off and put it on the ground, the electric fence won't electrify you. I'm down there. A little bit more. Come on down. You fine down there. You'll be fine. A little bit more. There you go. Tiny bit more. Come on down. No green bars. There we go. There we go. You guys can hear me fucking my trades beeping in the background, can't you? I need to get my fucking phone away from my microphone so you can't hear me trading. No, 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 no. Not yet, not yet. Keep going down. Keep going. Dude, give me one more fucking... I'm going to start loading here. I'm loading 736Cs for 624. We might have a little bit more down to go, but I'm not going to throw on...
Brent crude futures settle at
I'm going to start with 10 packs.
Down 82 cents or 1.05%. The Nasdaq 100 extends decline to 3.5% at a session low.
That's not a session low. Oh, NASDAQ is. S&P is not a session low. This fucking guy will pick anything that's on a session low. I've already started adding. I'm long as fuck right now. Yep. And cha-ching. Whoa. There's one more low in here. There's one more right here. There's one more like somewhere in here. Figure we could probably hit one more right here, but can't tell, so I've already started adding. Sometimes you get left behind. Just a note that I've already started adding in here. I haven't added a full boat yet. I thought maybe we could get a little bit lower, but they might just leave us behind. Look at that big giant green boat. Oh my God, print me some fucking money. Oh God, yeah. I fucking love my life. Oh yeah, get up there and do it.
So we are shortly expecting comments now from Trump coming soon. We have found a video we've put on the feed for those interested.
Uh-oh. Yeah, give me that great big green bar. Oh, fuck yeah. Fucking love my life. I fucking love making money. You're like a journeyman coming in here and just snatching candy out of fuckers' hands all day long. Give me those goddamn Skittles. What do you mean redraw the lines again? We hit our targets. Are you a fucking blind? Right fucking there. Literally a fucking pin drop. Fucking perfecto. Fucking planet perfecto. We're done. We're going up. We're going up here, boys. This one right there. Well, I don't know if we're going to go that high, but that one right there. This fucking one right fucking there. You see it? Fucking near perfection. Cracked out on a fucking 1 minute chart. Crazy out of your skulls. Fucking near perfect. There's a little scraping we could do down here. A little tiny bit down here. There's like one more small level, but. All right, so I got exposure for tomorrow. I think we're good here today, aren't we? I mean, that's pretty much it, right? Fucking look at that fucking beautiful fucking thing right there. Near fucking gorgeous. The only thing I want to say to you here is this. There's like, there's a little bit of scraping we could do down here. Get rid of that stupid shit. That stupid shit. All right, so I think I'm good right now. I don't need to do shit. I'm good. I don't give a fuck what we do today. I'm willing to add some down here, but I think I'm done. That could be me. That spike there could be me. A little Jim James in there. I don't think there's anything else to do here. Well, the only thing I would say would be what? We're just waiting now for shit news on Thursday. We ain't got nothing tomorrow. We've got some early stuff until 10:30 in the morning, but then we got a bunch of crude and gasoline and EIA distillates and gasoline in the afternoon or late morning. 5-year note auction at 1. Nope, I'm red now. Slightly. Penny. A few pennies. It's almost 3 p.m. right now. 6 minutes to go until power or sour hour. I'll leave this green box up here so you can have that just so you know where we are. And green again. Nope. No. For a minute I was. I remember for tomorrow, the only other things I want to leave you with today would be
Trump on Iran says we're doing quite well.
let me put Trump on really quick. Forgot about Trump being here. Says he's talking. Just a warning to you, Trump is talking, but there's no feed for it. Says there's a feed, but I don't see one. I'll look for one right now. Hold on. It's always a mess trying to find a Trump feed. It's so crazy, like your top returns.
Here, and you hire American.
I don't think that's real, so He might be there. I might have the right one. Hold on here.
It's quite simple, actually.
Quality is dog shit.
But as you know, I placed a 25% tariff on foreign.
Sorry about that volume
25% tariff on medium and heavy-duty trucks.
of the
Could do very well with this factory in Pennsylvania.
the audio on this is brutal.
All American roads will be filled with American trucks.
My levels are being blown out from different sound sources on this.
Babies. American labor worked with us too. I just met the head of your unions, and they've been.
I got to turn this down a little bit.
They treated us good. Maybe we can negotiate a little bit tougher. Where the hell are the union guys? Those guys are great. They're great. There they are. I want to just say hello. We gotta make sure you vote for our congressman here. I'm not doing this for my help. Music. We even have music.
This is the best source I have yet. The source is terrible.
With China by the largest amount in the history of trade, and we, by the way, have the biggest trade deficit cut in the history of our country, 67%. Think of this. We had a,
I think I have the right feed if I don't say something.
if you're a president and you cut it by
Hey, thank whoever subbed. Thank you for subbed. Well, I don't know who subbed there, but hey, what's up, Diebang81? I haven't said hi to you in a while. How you been, brother? Hope you're doing well. Diebang81, thank you for subscribing again, bro. Appreciate you.
opening, but when those factories are opening, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to negotiate very good salaries, that I can tell you, because they need you. In many ways, they need you more than you need them. American exports to the rest of the world are up by $150 billion. You hear that, Bo? It's not bad. You're going to wrestle a long way to
Green again.
make that money. Think of it, 150.
Get a bunch of bears down here punching each other in the face.
We take in much more.
Well, I'm in a max puts right now, bro. Max short.
50 billion, and that's nothing because when all these factories are opening up, Mr. Senator, not that great, what a great senator you have. Did you fight hard?
I'm like, how do we get up that high tomorrow? It's got to be the speech, maybe.
He's right there, sir. And he's working hard, and he's a great guy, and he's working.
We're gonna solve the straight again.
We were laughed at all over the world. We were a dead country. People were laughing. They were saying, "What the hell happened to that country?" The king of Saudi Arabia said it 2 years ago. I was over there.
Should I just play Burr in the background as he speaks?
2 years ago, you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true, and we're hotter now than we were then.
He's on fire right now. I'm not a MAGA guy, but he looks like he's on the Adderall.
He's investing $2 trillion.
He must have been power nap. He must have. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say, but probably had a little bit of alone time on the plane.
Countries from all over the world, they're all investing in the United States. 2 years ago, they wouldn't even think of it. They thought we were finished. When I went to China 2 weeks ago, I met
Gyna,
and we greeted each other, and he looked at me and
Gyna.
you move fast. Because they thought they had us, but now it's really the opposite. We are doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We had a great meeting. But as you know, we just achieved a historic peace agreement with Iran to end the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, yesterday, 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait of Hormuz. A very beautiful. That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. No, it's never been any. You've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gusher, and most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did it. I did it for this reason. 99% for this. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But remember, this wasn't easy. We had 47 years worth of presidents, And other people, other countries too. We're not the only one that never.
Does this thing even work? Oh,
Let's say China. 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 You go over to China. 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 You take China.
China.
China. I love them. China. 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 I have to have my China. China. China because China. 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 China.
you gotta stop playing that fucking thing. He slowly switches to saying Gyna. It's a terrible meme.
Last week when he knocked out his opponent in the first.
He's on fire right now.
But the Iran economy has been crushed and their defense industrial base has been damaged so severely that it'll take them many years to rebuild, many, many years. And now we're trying to work out a deal that's fair. And we also want to work out a deal. You know, the stock market.
Just start fucking printing me. Print this fucker straight up. Print me 752.5 by tomorrow at 1 p.m., please.
So we got a 70. That equals
Just rip their fucking faces off and print me another vacation for the 4th of July. Want to go? There you go. There you go. Give me my fucking summer loving in.
I changed the E for you.
Gyna to the Black Rockin' Beats.
Men and women.
Yeah, there you go. Pamp it.
Could you have taken most
Like Pampaloni.
champion of the world? Do you think you would have had trouble with
It was a gusha.
It'd be hard to find a woman of your size, but
Dude, what are you even saying, Trump? What are you doing?
what about you, Bo? Could you have
Trump's cracking on people in the audience. He's pumped.
182-pounder that could give you a little
Remember, we're one tweet away from the Strait of Hormuz being solved. Every bear dying.
when she looked at those ears of Bo,
Ooh, how's that for you? Woo! Yee! Yee-hole.
the average price of gasoline nationwide is down 60 cents a gallon just a short while ago.
I'm down with you, Daddy Pow. Remix it.
We had to make this detour. We had to go to Iran. You can't let them blow up the Middle East and then us, if that's possible. We would have gotten them before.
Oh, he's definitely on fucking Adderall today. You can see it in him. He's fucking glowing and shit. He's like, yeah, they fucking shot me right up on the way over here. Then I got some of that fucking CRISPR shit. Snorted all that shit up. Oh, yeah, and I got shit-faced from like 1 p.m. to 2, and they gave me another shot, and I was fucking sober again. What up, Marines? Marines coming in by the bottom, die bang.
1.7 billion in green.
There'll be a target hit right here. If you want to get out, you can. Bunch of fucking pansies. What did I tell you to do? I told you to get fucking long, didn't I? Told you to get some goddamn calls.
Because if you look at what we did to their nuclear,
Oh, God, yeah. This is your bus driver speaking. This is your first bus stop. You can get off now if you want. If you don't want to get off, you don't have to.
restored to levels the world has not seen before. I believe that, David. I think it's going to levels that nobody's seen before. All these factories are being built.
I thought you said don't trade with me. Of course I say don't trade with me. I told you for 2 reasons.
Somebody's going to walk in and have the most successful country in history, and they're going to be bragging what a great job they did.
They gotta be bragging.
In 4 long years of the crooked Joe Biden administration,
Democrats wish they had a Trump.
what do you like better?
Crooked Joe. They almost had Trump. Trump was gonna be a fucking Democrat. That's facts.
less than 1 year. So they
Sleepy Mark Rubio. I'm just trying to think in my mind if Trump was a Democrat, because he almost was.
much less than 1 trillion. We just have the final. We had 11 months and 18. But we
No, I dropped some of the kids off over here. We know we have to do a back test of the 1 minute trigger. You already know what this looks like, right? Any of you been here since the beginning? Looks like this. Come in here, come in there, bing. Oh, you gotta be careful too. This could be 415 too. There's the 50 here I left. This is 350. But 415, we could see that like that print like here.
Where are the women from North Carolina? They're here. They travel all over the world. I don't know what the hell's with their husbands. These beautiful women from North Carolina. They travel all over. They went to 200 rallies. How many rallies at Front Row Joe?
Feels good being up, right? Feels good being ahead on your trade. Feels good to have a little buffer. You can get out when you want to. You can get off the bus whenever you want.
And then we won the election.
Starts turning red. You can put some stops on. You can defend your position.
We had some group with me all over the place. And when they didn't make the front row, it was very demeaning to them. They were not happy, right? The front row, they became actually
Oh my God, they're flashing their titties at him now.
typical 401k, as you know, is
There's like a 70-year-old woman, 80-year-old woman with her boobs hanging out.
it was 12 months.
Well, those are just men.
It's up 44%. Think of that. Up 44%. Because, you know, as goes the stock market,
Oh, stock market.
a lot of your own wealth. And I tell about this police officer. I met a police officer first time, similar thing, but now the numbers are even more. I was in New York. I met a great police officer, New York Finance.
Can you guys see these boxes down here? They just get rid of this. I'll snap some lines. Hold on.
We were having marital difficulty, actually. She thought I was nothing. I'm a police officer. I'm a tough guy. I looked at him. The muscles were all over the place. He didn't suffer from that. But she thought maybe that muscle wasn't so good because he was always losing money in the stock market. And he said, sir, in the last year and a half, my 401k is up 74%, sir. And she thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm a super genius.
There's 2 green lines are just that green box that I had for you guys. Last known buyers in here.
I'm not so sure I like her anymore, but that's like, I won't tell you that. I refuse to say that. He's getting along.
If you are a bear, I would say you're more in a time than anything. If you want to sell, I would be looking at like 11 a.m. or like 10 to 10:30, 12:30 tomorrow. Regardless of where price is. I'd be more time-based if I was a seller.
32,000 new jobs.
Or price, I guess. If we go up too high, I would be a seller up there regardless. He's stumping right now.
We've added 2,600 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs.
Any of you Dems out there that think that Trump can't win the midterms, dude, you should watch him right now because he can stump. Still to this day. And he starts firing up his base running around the country and shit. Goes on a fucking world tour for anybody running this fall and winter, man. Meanwhile, you got the DNC fucking running fucking news stories on
Announced a $20 million expansion of its medical device manufacturing operation in Allentown.
on your New York senator and how he's going to make a comeback.
I love any place that
He's on a redemption arc now. You see that fucking story? What's his name? Hold on. Let me pull a story up.
never make the mistake of using the word state. Well, I'm not sure that people care, but the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania voted for us. And
What did they do? They did a story about Chuck Schumer saying redemption or some shit.
he lost one time to a tough candidate, and he did it again to a tougher candidate. And I tell him, if he didn't win, his wife, who's a beautiful woman, would have left him. I'm telling you. Dina, she would have left him. So he
I read some insane story. It was like Chuck Schumer is on a redemption arc right now. I'm like, no shit. That's what the DNC runs.
I was so worried because he's a friend of mine, and that was a tough race. You know, he was running against a guy 24 years, and his father was in for like 30 years. That's a long time, and he had to beat him, knowing the pressure. That's called pressure. Knowing his wife was.
The next target above is this 740 pin into 615. That's your next target right there.
Probably would have stayed. I'm not 100% sure. And last year I saved a great American company, U.S. Steel, and we're keeping its headquarters in Pennsylvania where it belongs. And $17 billion.
You can see the swoop here. If you haven't seen it, it's change the colors here. So you can see this right here.
And now they're building factories.
Kind of see that coming up right there. That's that big bull plane coming up. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong up there.
Which is a lot more than they even told us. Because they've fallen in love with this Commonwealth. They've fallen in love with your whole area, the people. I think they've fallen in love with the people more than anything else is what they told me, because they've done more than they said they would.
These are time frames, if you don't know. So this is 3:50. I gave you till 3:50 to get down here. That's 4 p.m. right here.
Gave you the biggest tax cuts.
That's 4:15 over there.
Not bad. Not bad. We delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great Pennsylvania seniors.
Sometimes you'll get an unclench right in this 350.
And our tax cuts are projected to boost take-home
Got to kick out the fucking Robin Hooders.
more than $10,000 a year per household. Not bad. That alone should win us the midterms. We got to win the Musa. We got to win the midterms. Musa's another great guy. Stand up, Musa. Been with me for He was thinking about running for governor. I think he would have won, but he was thinking about running for governor.
I bet Maro's like max short until like 350 right on the button.
And we appreciate it. You did it.
Wherever Maro, I have to say hi to Maro sometime. I haven't talked to him on Twitter in a long time. The fucking algos suck on Twitter now.
All of those tax cuts and many more, they want to raise your taxes, not lower them. They voted against tax cuts. You know, all my life, I sort of been political in that I found it very interesting. I was a very successful real estate person, but I love watching politics. And my whole life I watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes, we will cut. I never heard these people say, we will raise your taxes. This country has gotten very strange politically, especially with all the communists that are up for election. You know, you have communists. These aren't socialists. These are communists. And they're all up. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal, and they're trying to say that's a... So, for 8 years, 10 years, they said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest.
I don't know what he's talking about right now. I have no idea. I don't actually follow politics too much.
No tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime, and if they got into office,
All I do is vote. Honestly, and I follow politics only when it's relevant to the market.
the big savings on Social Security, it's going to all be terminated. You're going to have to start paying it. They want to pay it. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They voted in favor of the estate tax or the death tax on your farms and your businesses. You know, farmers and small business people, they love their children. If they love them, it's great. Most of the people love them. Some can't stand. I know people that can't stand their kids are not going to leave them 10 cents. But if you love your child, you want to leave your farm, especially for these farmers, it's born in them somehow. They want to have their children on the farm. The children don't want to leave, but sometimes
That's false.
and cash poor. You know, I've known that expression too. I've oftentimes been land rich and
Every farm boy and girl I know, hundreds of them, believe it or not, family ones. Matter of fact, I got something crazy to tell you. We have my family reunion is this weekend. It may be our last family reunion. All the kids are leaving.
they're forced off their farm by a bank. They have to go out and borrow money from a bank, and they're forced to go out.
It's good work. You're wealthy, but it's hard fucking work. And you die easy. You get maimed easy. It's brutal fucking work. Like a real, not a hobby farm, not a hobby ranch. I'm talking about a real, legit farmer ranch. It's brutal. Then you're like tied into the money too. You can't do anything with it. You're like, it's, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of being a profitable restaurant. Even a profitable restaurant, you're just tied into it. And it's brutal. On paper, you're wealthy as fuck, but you know, you can't spend it. And we have oil and gas too on the ranch, but it's not even that. It's just the kids today. I think a lot of it was the internet. We didn't have internet out there on the ranch, and now there is full internet. So like all these kids, they see the world on the internet, and they don't want to be there anymore doing the ranching.
Correct. Where do I get that to?
And even I'm thinking about the generation that's old, like my generation that was in the ranch. They left too, started leaving, but they work. A lot of those guys, like I got a cousin that ready for this? I got a cousin that wrangles wild horses on the New Mexico reservations. That's true. I'll get some you get some pictures. You can send me one. Send one up. Show it to him. I got some pictures for you guys right now. I'll show you.
The men and women's sports, please don't do the weightlifting thing. And don't do the swimming thing. You know, the weightlifter where he
Like these guys don't ride. They don't ride with saddles. They ride they ride soft saddles sometimes, like a blanket. But no real saddle, no English, no Western saddle, just like a soft saddle. It's like a quality, I don't know, Navajo blanket you guys buy at the fairs and shit. Made with like really thick wool. And they basically ride horses bareback.
they put a little age
Job pays well though.
just to break the record. The parents are sitting right there where Big Bo is.
I'll see if I can pull up some pictures right now. Show you guys.
Gotta be very nice to
I think didn't I show pictures of my wife once on riding soft saddle? Oh, let me see if I got. Let me just check. I thought I had a picture of my wife riding with a kid.
And she gets over the weights. And she stays. And then she gets him. And she gets him. And the mother's screaming, darling, I love you.
Is this me? Did they change Facebook or something?
She has no chance. And she's like this. You see it? You die.
I'm never on Facebook. I go to Facebook for like fucking. I'm only on Facebook briefly.
And then a guy comes along who transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat for my definition of.
I'm gonna find a picture of somebody riding soft saddle.
He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male weightlifter, but now he's a female weightlifter.
Some of you have seen these pictures. These are old pictures. My daughters are going there right now. Daughters are going to the family reunion.
And he goes,
I'll get some pictures from this family reunion. I just don't have the time to go.
I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won the medal. And everyone said, oh, isn't that wonderful? Are we great?
You want to see a real cowboy, or you want to see a real cowgirl? I got any pictures of cowboys in here? Is that a soft saddle? Yeah, I'll show you guys some. I think I've shown this on public before. I don't show too many pictures publicly, but you want to see my wife? This is my daughter was young. This is a soft saddle right here.
We did great in the second one. It was a big deal.
That's like a thick material.
Speaking to people, they say, sir, could you cut taxes on this? Could you get me a tax deduction on a car loan? I did that. By the way, I did that. If you borrow money to buy a car, you get it. All these things. They asked me for hundreds of things. Not once did anyone ever come up to me.
I got him riding here too, but I'm not going to show any of these pictures.
Men playing women's sports. Please, sir, could you pull that up? I've never had anyone ask me.
I got some cool ass pictures here.
It's a 99-1 issue, not 80-20. The fake news back there, they say, oh, that's a target issue. But I don't like talking about it because I want them to continue on with that. I want them to continue on with the, they're in favor of the mutilization of your child for transgender purposes.
You guys like that's my wife right there.
I would say
She's running.
run against a person that's in favor of that kind of stuff. So we let them, we don't bring it up during off political seasons, but we have a political season coming up, and they'll be doing all of that.
You guys all proficient horseback riders? You guys can ride a horse, like just grab it and jump on the back on its back?
They're going to win their primaries, but I can't
Just get a saddle on that one on top of the soft saddle.
use it. What do you think?
I got a bunch of different pictures. I got pictures of her in soft saddle. She's got a hard saddle on top of a soft saddle on that one.
They'll all be enforced.
They still run horses out in Montana. To this day, they run horses. They run wagon trains. Big guns shoot grizzly bears. Shit, you not.
How dare you ask me for my citizenship?
I think my wife would make a lot of men, like the alpha males. I think she'd make them fucking blush.
Criminally liable. In other words, they can put you.
And she was in the army. She was in the military too. Served her country, and she's a cowgirl, a real one.
He's leading.
Yeah. Grizzlies are scary as fuck, man.
The election. You ever see an election where they're 2.5
They're scary from far away.
weeks to count the votes? But after.
Coming into 3:30 right now. Let me remove this just so you can see it. Remember, we got the 50 mark here for a trigger to go higher.
He's fading. I said they rigged the election. And then lo and behold,
I'm a macho man. I'm like, oh, wait till you meet my wife. She'll make you blush.
it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor.
I thought about sending my youngest to live in the ranch for like a year. I did.
About 4 or 5 days.
Just so she could get a taste of what it really means. Oh, there's another one.
I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. Attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called
Hell yeah, your sister's got horses up there? Right on. They're not cheap, are they? They're expensive as fuck.
I guess they called up.
You know who rides horses professionally is 80. 80 used to be a professional rider too. She got hurt really bad. I think she rode English, but I'm not positive on that.
Next week he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. Attorney,
My wife rode Western her whole life.
about an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So it had
It does, doesn't it, Bork? They're going there right now, and there's a chance one of them will stay. There's a small chance one of them will stay for longer than expected.
California's totally.
My mother-in-law contacted me this week, or no, I contacted her, and she was like, I don't know. I don't want to say some of this stuff on public, but like wondering about the kids and stuff, what they're gonna do, and like the kid's gonna take part and keep the tradition going and family and all that kind of stuff, and
It's easy because
fucking the kids aren't having as many kids as they once were. You need to have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 kids. Fucking no one's having kids anymore like that. Like you need the hands, you know.
most of you have heard of him, and he's a killer. He destroys people for a living, financially, not physically. Financially, physically he can barely walk. He's a basket kid, but he's up here. He's very smart, and he destroys
They
people.
got these wild Mustangs roaming reservations. Have you guys ever seen Mustangs, wild Mustangs in the West? And they end up starving and becoming disease-ridden. And so that I got a cousin that that's what he does. He rounds them up, euthanizes them. Sometimes he tries to give them away if possible.
I want to do it too, and that's when they find out.
This is looking pretty fucking bullish, boys, isn't it? This looks goddamn bullish as fuck here. This looks like Rampo Rama into the close.
It's not an easy thing to do, but
I don't think he's going to stop speaking here before the bell, boys. I think there's a guy in the back going, keep talking until 4:15. It's only 4. This looks like a stumping speech here. Oh. Going back up again. 1 5-minute trigger turning sideways, trying to turn up right now.
It might be a big problem. They don't blame me for causing problems. Who did not?
Streets trying to keep the market pinned in for the doom on Thursday.
Young man, he wants to be. He's a young man. He thinks he's being cute. As he gets pounded on. Now he just said no. I did. I was the first. He said I'm the first to elect. But the Democrats voted in favor of Iran having a nuclear weapon, and they voted against military spending. But I overrode that. Let me tell you, if the Democrats get in, your 15,000 trucks that Mr. Roy is looking to get are dead. They're not going to have 15,000. They're not going to have 15 trucks. They'll be back to the number I originally guessed, right? How many are you making? 15? 15,000 trucks will be down to nothing, zero. And they'll make you put electric
We already took this one out, so I'm going to move it down here.
in the middle of a jungle someplace. And you need a charge. Where's my charging booth? As opposed to carrying a nice tank of diesel on your back, throwing it in and taking off.
A nice tank of diesel.
They created the strongest, we created the strongest military.
With a headache rack in the back. A few hundred gallons of gas or diesel in the back. He even pronounced it right. He said diesel.
Making a lot of money with Venezuela, and Venezuela's doing great also. It's a happy country now. But it took us exactly 48 minutes to win that war. We're the greatest military in the world. 48 minutes. And
This is not an intraday low like the guy was saying. This is actually a higher low. This is a higher low.
28 times. So the cost of the war, we've already, because we brought millions of barrels of oil out, and we're getting along great. The people running it, they're our people, they're great people, and the people are happy in the country. They have smiles. They were miserable. They were starving.
Here, I got another good picture for you guys.
You know how you find oil in Venezuela?
This one's actually my favorite of all of them.
You'll see oil bubbling up. They have so much oil, they don't know what to do with it, but they had a bad system. They're making more money now for the country than they've ever made before, and we're making a lot of money.
There's my daughter just parked in the grass, and there's my wife hauling ass out of there. Dog chasing her. These are the Black Hills. Ekalaka, Montana, baby. These are all Black Hills back here.
The Muslims is slightly different than the ideology of the Catholics. We have the Catholics and the Muslims, slightly different. But Venezuela's been great and Iran's been great. I mean, you know, if Iran's reasonable, if they're smart, otherwise we'll have to finish the job, which will take about maybe
Billions and billions.
be okay. I think they're going to do what they have to do because we want to have it done. But they voted against lower energy prices, the Democrats did, and then they went on to create the highest energy prices that we've ever had in the history of our country. People don't realize that. Much higher than ours during a war. They had the highest inflation in history. The highest inflation in history, they say 48 years, but that's sort of history as far as I'm concerned. And they were absolutely terrible on affordability. Remember I got here? My first day.
Dude, like they were both the part of the inflation, him and Biden. Look at the two of them. They were both presidents.
And we have prices are coming right now at levels that you've never seen. And now with oil crashing, you're going to see something really amazing. And to top everything else, they let 25 million people into our country.
I thought he was going to say markets go boon. Markets go moon.
Drug dealers. They even let 11,888 murderers into our country. Murders, 11,888. More than 50% of which have killed more than one person. And I've gotten the worst of them out, and we've gotten them out, Tom Homan and our whole group of people.
I think he said we just let in 12,000 murderers and 50% of them actually killed somebody. I think he said that. I'm not sure if he said that, but I think he said that.
The people of this Commonwealth will never let that happen
Loading Z puts for the 350. Are you looking for the dump?
again. As an
Are you looking for the flush and then the rip? I can see that.
we can never let
If you can get it, if you can run this in a 10-second chart, you could potentially get away with it.
one of those Pennsylvanians who's benefiting from the historic
Just switch from a 1 minute to a 10-second and run it if you do.
we
I would do it with futures, not with SPY. Don't fucking do puts yet. If you're bear, like, I've been taking puts. I'm a great fucking trader. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I can pretty much top tick and run it down. And even when I'm top ticking and running it down for the risk and the time and the trade, it's brutal.
Taking home thousands of dollars extra because of no tax on overtime. And Sam, you want to come up and say a few words? Come on up.
Like the puts are not, I mean, they're prints, the good fucking strike downside prints, but time in them and then you're sitting in them and then it's like red, green, red, green, red, green. And you like walk into a squeeze moment and I'm like, I don't want to get burned here. And I definitely don't want to be in that trade all day long.
I'd like to express my appreciation, President Trump. I can tell you the working.
Just with the 0 date theta burn is what kills you. Like 0 dates are basically directional. Puts are worse than calls in this environment. In a bull environment, they're worse. They're hard, very difficult to trade.
Means more money in the pockets of working Americans. For my family, these savings have translated to what was once a day trip to the park, is now an overnight stay at the Jersey Shore. Bigger tax returns have allowed
Thought Trump switched to a New York accent or Jersey accent.
future projects.
Was another guy.
As the president said, I also work night shift as a police sergeant in the fine city of Bethlehem.
Now I'm gonna switch to my New York accent. Talk to all the police and the firefighters. This is Donald J. Trump.
A shortage in police recruitment has left our department depleted of officers. Our officers get called out for overtime to cover these shortages. Some pay periods, officers are working over 40 hours of overtime. That's why I'm grateful for no tax on overtime. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh.
I'm also thankful for the support.
My camera's getting better. I worked on my camera yesterday. I'm so stoked. I had time to, dude, I have lighting like everywhere. Like, got lights. Oh, lights over here, lights over there. Maybe you can see that right there. See it?
Stood strong with public safety,
I got a light up there. You see that?
and that's why he's been endorsed.
Big spotlight right there. I got another one behind my head. I know you can't see it, but it's up here. And it shines in the back of my head to make it 3D.
Congressman McKenzie has been on the front lines in supporting public safety. He secured $700,000.
And then I'm still working on the lights back there. It's still not done. It's a fucking the lighting for 2 studios, or in like this chair studio and then the studio back there. Nightmare. Full fucking nightmare. I'm not a lighting engineer. I'm not a lighting engineer for production. I'm learning. I mean, I kind of knew what I was doing with just the desk and stuff, but then adding all that shit and the space behind it was a pain in the ass. And then all that back there is light I have to deal with, or no light, absence of light.
My 80-year-old father is here with me today.
Let me fix it now. I fucked it up.
Work hard and it'll pay off. Well, 50 years later, thanks to President Trump and Congressman McKenzie, my father's dream has come true. I thank you for that.
Is that the right place? Right there.
Additionally, thank you to President Trump and your entire administration. After more than 50 years, the Lebanese people finally have an American ally who advocates for a sovereign and independent Lebanon, governed by the Lebanese people. Thank you for that.
Just note that the price target from here on the high, if we get there, if the sellers don't show up, we have enough time. Price target is 752.5
Leadership is more than a title, it's action.
from right where we are.
I'm grateful for the actions coming from President Trump and Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Your actions have prioritized the American dream. Less taxes, safer communities, and America First policies. I thank you, President Trump. Happy belated birthday, and happy birthday to the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless.
Remember, that's market manipulators, because it's such a light market right now. They will attempt to thwart that trade to 52 and a half. They are going to try.
That was a good job. I was a little worried when I saw the pages of the pace. Very good. Great job.
Whoop.
Sam, where's your father? Hello, Bob. How are you? Got a good boy. Got a good boy. Yeah, taking care of your people. So our administration is also delivering one historic win after another for another group that works a lot of overtime, and that's our great auto workers. We have a lot of auto workers in here today. Just as I promised, the UAW workers, and we did great with them.
And when I was saying that to you about they'll attempt to do that, if you catch a print, let's say you catch the print right here, or just this 737, and you want out, you can do that. Don't feel like you have to stay in all night long. And it's tomorrow. If they rip this thing up here, even if we come down here, if they rip it up here, or sorry,
And I stopped that.
even if they're to come down here and then rip this thing, if you catch this at 614 or whatever, excuse me, 414, 1614, if you're on military time,
We have more gas.
you can always get out. You don't have to sit overnight in this trade. If you don't catch it, you want to stay in it, you can. Trade is cheap.
When I terminated Biden's disastrous fuel emission standards that would have crushed Mack trucks, Mr. Roy, your company would be crushed if I didn't do that. You wouldn't be bidding on anything, neither would anybody else. It was the most insane environmental regulations ever.
Vic's dying right now.
Totally unreasonable and ridiculous. And you can sell trucks for much less money that are now much better trucks that work, that actually work. And we made interest on auto loans, fully tax deductible. But
Let me just check this gamma for tomorrow really quick before we close. It's changed. That's the same. Target is 7,500. Max Payne 7,510 for tomorrow.
And bigger and better. They had a big one in a certain state that
Nothing's changed so far.
a lot of places. And they took out this old plant, but it was big. And I said, did you redo it yet? They said, we're not redoing it. We're ripping down and building a brand new one, a beauty. You know the one I'm talking about, Dave. But we're pleased to be joined today by Pat McHugh, a Marine Corps veteran, a great guy.
Hello, Marines.
28 years with Mack Trucks. And he leads the cab assembly and serves as new product line launch leader. It's a big deal. And Pat's grandfather worked here, his dad worked here, and now his son is working here and doing well. And they know how important it is to keep manufacturing jobs in Pennsylvania. Pat, say a few words.
Wow. Good afternoon, Mr. President. It is a profound honor and privilege to have you here with us today to help celebrate the upcoming 250th birthday.
Let's see what happens here at 350.
And most recently, our 125th anniversary of building Mack trucks. My name is Patrick McHugh Jr., and I am a proud Marine Corps veteran. In addition to that, though, I am an even prouder Mack Truck employee. Standing here with me today is my father and my son, both Mack Truck workers. Together, they have a combined 78 years working experience building the greatest trucks on earth. You can say Mack Trucks runs in our blood. At Mack Trucks, we work hard to build trucks that help build America. And we are proud that those trucks are built in the United States of America. Along with our UAW colleagues, we're open for business, and we're producing the best quality trucks we ever have. On behalf of our entire team, we warmly welcome you to our plant, Mr. President, home of the finest trucks in America, built by the most skilled and dedicated workforce in the trucking industry. So, Mr. President, I want to say thank you for choosing to highlight Mack Trucks on your visit today, and thank you for supporting our American workforce. Thank you, Pat. It's a good family. That's a great family. They're proud of your company. I want to also thank two people, very special people, because I know them and I know what they do, and it's not easy, but they've done a great job. David Durgan and Timothy Herzog of the UAW committee. Where are you guys? Thank you. They do a good job representing you. Ease up just a little bit so they can get the contract. Just a little bit. Thank you, fellas. Get this congressman elected. That's what you got to do. But we're pleased to be joined also by Labor Secretary Keith Sonderling. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where's Keith? Hi, Keith. Good job. Is he treating you guys good? Is he all right? He better treat you good. A very special guy, somebody that everybody wanted. I have to tell you, everybody wanted him. He's some person who was actually an astronaut. He went out, he made a lot of money because he's smart, and he's now the NASA administrator. You saw that rocket 2 months ago up and go around the moon in record levels, the furthest any ship has ever flown, and come back, and he's working very heavily on the moon, but what he's done with NASA is amazing. And he's a very special person and a brilliant one, Jared Isaacman. Jared, thank you. Great job. As well as, I introduced him a little bit only by the name David, because he knows me, and I know him by David. But David McCormick is your senator, and he's a brilliant person, brilliant businessman. He loves the Commonwealth. He loves Pennsylvania, and this is where he wanted to be, and he had a rough, I told you, he had a rough fight. This is a rough beating, like 24 years, and a father for 24 years. And I don't know, I said, are you sure you know what you're doing, David? But you won, and you won easily, and I'll tell you what, you have a great senator, one of the best in the country, so I just want to thank you very much. And 4 warriors for Pennsylvania.
Watch out, some buyers coming in here.
Thank you. Thank you. John Joyce is here. John, thank you. Dan Muser is here. Thank you. And these guys are all in good shape, but we got to get Ryan McKenzie elected. We got to get Ryan. I'm not here for them, I'm here for him. We got to get Ryan elected. Run up here, Ryan, fast. Nobody wants to hear you. Come on, just run. Nobody wants to hear you, Ryan. Do what David did. He'd go up for 1 minute. Thank you very much, everybody. It's nice to be here. And everybody thought he was the greatest speaker. Okay.
Well, Mr. President, I can't thank you enough for coming here to the Lehigh Valley, highlighting the great men and women of Mack Trucks, doing all the work that you do in Washington, D.C. for our veterans, our
I think than anybody. She's a terrific person. Right from the beginning, she said Trump is going to win. Therefore, I like her. She said Trump is going to win in 2015. In fact, she wrote an article in 2014. She said this guy Trump should run. I hadn't thought too much about it. I was having a lot of fun putting up buildings. But she was very early on, and I really mean, I don't think there's anybody that knows more about it. They used to call it the Rust Belt. I call it the Money Belt now. It's gone from the Rust Belt to the Money Belt. Either one is okay, but there's nobody that knows more about it than Selena Zito. She's fantastic. Where are you, Selena? Where are you, Selena, with your beautiful daughter?
Hold on here.
Thank you, Selena. Selena's an incredible woman, and her daughter is following in her footsteps. She's just been so good. Very powerful writer, actually. Some of the biggest papers in the world. It's nice to have good stories on occasion, truthful stories. Thanks as well to the president of the NRA who's here with me, Bill Bockenberg. Bill?
Sorry, I'm looking at MU today to see if it's ready to buy, but it's not.
And they always give me their endorsement because I saved the Second Amendment, and you think it's easy. On occasion, it was not easy, right, Bill? But we did it. We did it with your help. And we're doing a couple of other things, working with you and your people. But I think you've done a fantastic job. The NRA, everybody, they really have been. They've been with me, right?
I don't like MU tomorrow still.
And Bill asked me would I support the national right to carry legislation. How do you feel about national right to carry? That's my free poll. You know what that is? That's a free poll.
Jesus Christ.
$300,000 to somebody that doesn't even do polling, you know? You give you phony numbers. See, those are real numbers. National right to carry. Yeah, we're working on it. And we have a very special... You just saw...
I'm looking at MU right now.
fight show ever in the history of television, the UFC Freedom...
Like, I like the idea of MU longs today for tomorrow. Let me mute this for a minute here. Like, I'm just looking at MU in there in the background. I'd like MU like today into tomorrow. I don't like them on their ER. I do like them post ER. At like $825 would be nice. But I think they've got legs for tomorrow to run it before the sell. I'd really like to buy them at like $825 in like a week or two, and long it for the summer.
Did you find them tougher? What do you have?
I'm looking at it right now. It's not till tomorrow after the close, but it hasn't been ready to buy, so I haven't talked about it much. I want to see it come down.
Last week, with a lot of pressure, with the White House in the background, and he's a guy that I like. I met him a while ago. I looked at the ears. I said, man, this guy's a fighter. You can tell a lot by the ears. And he told me, no, he doesn't mind the ears. He likes them. It's almost as simple.
So we get a little ramp after the bell here.
That's why I'm worried about you, Tony. You have pretty normal ears. But
I'm interested to see if we fucking moon right up in here. Big squeeze.
felt like his father up there. His father's great, but I felt like his father, so I was nervous for the fight. And he was fighting somebody that Dana White, the great Dana.
Just a note that I am long into tomorrow. I've got a bunch of one dates for tomorrow. I haven't sold them.
Because if you
They were cheap as fuck.
It was the biggest audience they've ever had, by far. The whole world watched it. The people at the White House, we had 5,000 seats around the cage we built, and we had 100,000, more than 100,000 people in the park right next door. We had the largest...
I think my day is trade and paid for them all, so I don't care. I'm not going to be losing any money if they went to zero, so I'm working off profit here.
So Bo is known as a great wrestler because he was the best wrestler by far in college. Nobody could beat him. And I figured Bo would be wrestling. But no, he wasn't wrestling. He was punching. I said, Bo, grab his legs and start wrestling. That's what you do. But he didn't do that. He didn't listen to me. And he got a shot off that was brutal. And in the first round, right, knocked him out. He was really knocked out. Great fighter. The guy was a great fighter. Is a great fighter.
So I just want to thank, he's from Penn State. He loves Penn State. He is the NCAA wrestling champion. And just fantastic. And his friend, and you probably know, is also, I think you were roommates, right? That's a tough room. I wouldn't want to fight these two guys. Let's go pick on those two guys. I don't think so. But he was the heavyweight, and he lost a lot of weight. He weighed 35, 40 pounds. I asked him,
Bull cross starting to form into the bell.
in other words, you want to live, right? You just
7 minutes left.
But he was also the champion, NCAA champion, and his name is Anthony Cassar. So,
This is where the funny business takes place after the bell. Almost all the funny business has been taking place between 4 and 6 p.m.
for the next couple of months, really work hard, lifting those weights and really work. Could I beat Bo or Anthony in wrestling? You're very disloyal. You're very disloyal. Say it.
Wow, what an honor to be here. I think walking up here, I was almost as nervous as the fight, but it feels like a fight. Yeah, it feels like it, but this is exciting. I'm grateful to be here with everybody. So grateful to President Trump for making an event that, in my mind, never seemed possible happen. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn. Unbelievable. I don't think there are too many presidents that have the courage to do something like that, and just so unbelievable. For me, both my parents were high school teachers. My dad was a wrestling coach. My grandpa was a wrestling coach, and I grew up around sports and just competing from 5 years old. And so to be able to do something like that is a dream come true, and it's just through hard work, effort, discipline, and a lot of time in the wrestling room, a lot of time in the cage that I was able to do that. And that's really because America is the land of opportunity. And if you set your mind to something and you feel passionate about what you do, you can accomplish anything. And thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to tell a quick story.
Trading up into
It was in 2019 at the White House.
737824.
NCAAs, and at Penn State we are. And we were given the opportunity to meet President Trump, and it was really special because he took a lot of extra time to talk with us as wrestlers. I think he respected the wrestlers a lot, and I told him that when I'm done wrestling I was going to fight, and he asked me if I needed a manager. And I thought that he has better things to do than that. But really since then, I feel like we've had a special connection that I'm extremely grateful for. And fast forward 7 years, I'm fighting on the White House lawn, and I turn and look at my corner, and President Trump is right next to him.
1 minute coming up through the 5-minute trigger.
And so it felt to me like he was in my corner. I know that was something that was just so special, and I feel like just incredibly grateful. And overall, the whole week of the experience, everything, the word that kept coming to mind and the emotion that I kept feeling was gratitude. And I'm grateful for President Trump, grateful for all my friends and family and supporters, and I'm grateful to be an American, and it's the best country on earth, and God bless you all.
I'm going to mute this really quick. If you're on sell side for tomorrow, you want to be checking like 9:30 a.m. You want to check 11 is usually a pretty decent time, like 10:30, 11. Or it's like 10 to 10:30. We'll show you if we're going to start rolling. But like check 9:30, check 10:30, 10:30. Check 12:30 tomorrow. And we'll see if they try to push in the lows for Thursday data. Remember, we have unrealized volatility and realized volatility. I personally think that the data that's coming out on Thursday morning is going to be neutral as a whole. I don't know exactly how they're going to get done the unrealized to realized volatilities for some major lows. But if you're on sell side, I think time matters more to you. Unless we hit some stupid major high or we squeeze up, there's some kind of bullshit news. They solve Strait of Hormuz or something. We trade like 52 or 55. I'd be up there as a seller. What else? If they're able to pin us in until like 9:30 in the morning, we could cough the market up, or not cough up the market, meaning down, like a downside move from throwing it up. So we'll see where we are in the open tomorrow. But if you're on sell side, I think you're in, unless you're trading futures or something, if you're trading like cash market, you're probably waiting for like 9:30, 10:30, 12:30 for tomorrow. I don't know if they can get the leg down here in the overnight like they've been doing. Unless we do it and we drag ass all day long. If they do that overnight, there is one thing I want to say to you. If they were to pin it sideways today into tomorrow, and you see us open sideways or fading all day long, we're not going to go anywhere. They'll just park it sideways, burn the whole entire day, and they'll try to like get some fear going to get us lower for the unrealized part of the trade lower. But you could end up seeing, if you don't see the market up tomorrow in the morning, as my point is, and you want to take the day off, you're a bull, you probably can. It'd probably just trade sideways all day long. And they're going to try to catch the fear and the stepping off the market and the hedging flows into the close for owning underlying. But I don't see much coming of it. I'm trying to find a way for the market to look bearish tomorrow, and I don't see it. It's now 4 p.m. We'll watch this closely from now into 4:15 to see if we get any squeezing if you're trying to get out of your positions. What else do I have for you guys? I think that's it. I don't know much else here. I'm assuming at some point here in the next week or so, they're going to unwind all this. We'll start ripping up and stuff. And we'll be looking for that mid-July rip north and then sideways trade for mid-July into the end of July. Look for a roll down into August, September, November, kind of an area like, September, October, November. And don't be paying too much attention to these fucking bears, I promise you. They're not getting June bear, May bear, August bear, September, October, November, December, no matter what they try to tell you guys. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning if I can be here. I don't see any problems when we get online. I still had some issues this morning getting on the internet, but I fixed them at some point today, so I should be fine tomorrow. It's been a fuck show with this updates and all that kind of stuff. It actually started like 2 weeks ago, and I'm assuming that's why part of the issues have been with Streamlabs was them giving the updates or whatever. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. See you then.